Okay, hello everybody. Hope you all are doing well. Happy, what is today, Wednesday? Yes. Sorry, it's been a bit since my last stream. Probably, how long has it been? A couple months? Maybe not quite, but it's definitely been more than a month. Because I think the last thing we streamed was Resident Evil 9, which was cool, and I had kind of planned on streaming again a little sooner, but, you know, things get in the way. But yeah, here we are. I'm back. Sorry if my voice sounds a little off. I'm not exactly sick, but I have some sort of like sinus respiratory thing going on. There's been a bunch of like storms here recently, like very big storms that have kicked up a whole bunch of stuff. We had like genuine tornado and hail weather, so not that long ago, but hopefully filtering the air for a couple of days will help resolve that issue. 1 second, let me adjust my audio a little bit. There we go. It's probably a bit better. I don't want my voice to be like clipping through it all. I might have set it up a little too high. All right. I had to reconfigure some audio stuff because I updated Windows recently and it apparently broke a couple things, as is typical. But weirdly, it broke a couple of connections in OBS, so I had to fix some of those things. And then furthermore, interestingly, this game has an audio specific function where even if you have all of your normal audio set up, like whenever I go to start a stream, I change my default output device to my GoXLR, the system setting for the GoXLR. And then I went to boot up this game again, and all the sound was still coming out of my normal speakers, and I'm like, what the heck? I want, the stream to be able to hear the game. So I thought something was wrong on Windows' side, and I'm like trying to figure this out, and then eventually I was like, well, let me just look at the game, and here in the game settings, there's an actual audio selection here as well that apparently just goes to whatever your normal system default is. And that was what the problem was. It just took me a minute to figure that out, because I thought something else had just been... I would have probably checked the game sooner had it been on any other day, but because Windows had broken a number of things with OBS, I was just like, it must be an OBS problem or something, or some other issue with my GoXLR maybe. All right. Well, so yeah, we are back here streaming once more with Cronos, the New Dawn. This is a Bloober game that came out, I think, late last year, around Halloween time, so maybe October-ish, later October. I forget exactly when it was, and I've been wanting to play it, but I've just been busy. And I figured, it was going to be one of the next things that I played, but, Resident Evil 9 took priority for me. Hey, Shadok, how's it going? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. How's it hanging? It's hanging. But yeah, I don't really know a ton about this game. I've deliberately tried to avoid really watching anything about it or seeing anything about it, so I know it kind of gives me some... it's very much a survival horror game. It gives me some general sort of Dead Spacey kind of vibes, mixed with like other survival horror titles. Your Resident Evils, your Silent Hills, your et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I don't really know a ton about it, so other than just what like one of the initial trailers or whatever showed that, kind of grabbed my intrigue and well enough that I decided I would get it at some point. So yeah, here we are. Anyway, I guess without further ado, let's get it started. Let me know if the volume needs adjusted at all, because like I said, I had to reconfigure a lot of my audio stuff after the last Windows update, so it could potentially be louder for you than it sounds for me, or vice versa, and I may not be able to realize exactly until we get going here, so just let me know if it seems way too loud or too quiet. Okay, this is just difficulty selections with interesting names. We're just going to go on normal since that's the hardest option we have, since I usually prefer a more challenging difficulty. I watched some gameplay on this and some story analysis. Seems pretty cool. Yeah, like I said, I've seen very little. I know Sammy has played it, and I've seen like a couple of tiny little blips of gameplay, but I've deliberately tried to not really watch when she's been playing it. Okay, death, I guess, is meant to be expected. Perhaps.
Listen to the will of those who will not speak. And if the tools are not willing, they will be.
Oh, that's quite loud. Alright. Just adjust the slider for now. In typical survival horror fashion. Yeah, cutscene's always really loud. Okay, I was gonna say, I think that was just the camera shaking. It made it look sort of framey for a second there. But I think it was just the way the camera was shaking.
Welcome, traveler, MD3576. Your predecessor ceased its functioning. It's time
Hole looks like a vagina. It kind of does, yeah.
commencing standard cognitive abilities model.
The true ending is in a few playthroughs? Okay. Well, I don't know if we'll do multiple playthroughs of this, but we'll see. Oh, we're doing a Rorschach test. I only have two choices. Do I think it looks more like a giant sleeping or animals fighting? With the first one.
Giant sleeping.
Again.
Ship sinking.
Again.
Fire spreading.
Phase 2. Focus your attention. What is your purpose?
I'll say to bring them back.
To bring them back.
The family maintains the well-being of its members and of society.
Father.
A mother is the female parent of a child. Mother.
Interesting. I chose father and it told me mother.
Child.
Phase 3. Time pressure. Focus your attention. Act solely on your instincts. Everyone's already in place. People.
Solitude.
Conflict will always be found in society. Conflict.
Conflict.
Eternity means the infinite time that
Within
never
cells.
ends. Eternity.
Endless.
Dark.
Dark.
Trial completed.
Second looked like a cartoon pig with an umbrella head. Okay, it is a little framey on some. It's probably the smoke particle effects, but it's weird though that it should be framey at all because it should be at like a pretty stable 60.
It is a ship blade EPH-611. May it serve you all free.
It's really my one issue with modern gaming is like, you know, unless you're playing something on console, and even then it's not guaranteed, but is it just too much to ask when you have a high-end PC that something just run normally without having to constantly reconfigure shit? I realize that it all comes down to specs, but it's just so annoying. Might be the cutscene. I hope it's just mostly the cutscene. But I'll check my display settings just to make sure I don't have anything like crazy amped up. Use the R to look around, L to aim and shoot. It doesn't want to let me look back further or move, so... change the... I have to change some sensitivity stuff. It's a little wonky. Is there an option for changing the frame rate? Oh, I can actually pause during this. During cutscenes? Probably can't right now. Let me wait until after the cutscene's over.
Traveler ND3576 initiating the travel log. Triangulating the fallen predecessors.
Yeah, it definitely seems smoother when I was actually playing.
Commencing search.
Like, this cutscene doesn't seem bad, but it was just like all the particle effects in the ship seemed worse, though. I don't know. So maybe that might just be due to motion blur. There's a little bit of something there. All right, jeez. Let's just quickly make some adjustments. Is there a sensitivity to begin with? I don't really want aim assist. Is that the only? Oh, here we go. While looking around. While aiming. Off is uncapped. Let's just put that at 2, I guess, so it's 60 frames. Hey, Tremere, how's it going? All right, let's see if that helps at all. I deliberately left ray tracing off. We could try dynamic resolution. I'm always a little wary of it, but... shit, that like completely fucked everything else. Okay, that's way smoother when I'm moving the camera, at least. The aim is better. So we'll just see what that's like during cutscenes, or if it starts getting framey again. Alright, now, the only other thing I want to quickly check is the audio. Okay, there's no cutscene volume. Let's just turn the master volume down a bit more. So that's down by to maybe 80%. Turn the slider back up. All right. Maybe dynamic range should also be at like medium so that we don't have like the loudest louds and the quietest quiets. Okay, we'll see how that feels. I kind of like it when the sound design can be more dynamic because it's better for the atmosphere, but if the cutscenes are going to be like crazy loud, then that can be a bit of an issue. Anyway, Tremere, how are you doing? I hope you have been well. It's good to see you. You have 6 bullets. I don't know if I started with 8 because I did kind of waste one in the ship. I wasn't reading that I needed to do a charged shot. Saw a little bit of after image just then. It's not doing it now, but from the DLSS though. I don't know. It doesn't have to be like perfect. I just want it to be relatively smooth so that, you know, the experience overall is good. I am seeing like the occasional little micro stutter, but that's not a huge deal unless it gets worse. I hate motion blur in games. It's way too high. It taxes the GPU and just makes the game less playable. Yeah, it just sort of depends. Like, if you can kind of do, like, a particularly mild amount of motion blur, it can enhance certain things. But yeah, the resource cost of it isn't usually worth it for these high-fidelity games. You know, for something a little bit less detailed, it might be better, but then again, you might, at that point, question whether or not you really need motion blur if it doesn't have as much detail. Sorry, I'm just going to check something. I don't want input lag. Let me just turn this off for now. Oops. I just want to see the difference in gameplay with it off. Oh, okay. Caused a bit of an issue with it between it and OBS. See, yeah, now it's way framier though, like in the background in particular. Like, I just wish modern PC gaming could be a little bit more fucking just play it out of the box. Well, this has to be on TSR for that to work. I'm just trying to find like a happy medium to where like if it's like mildly, you know, framey here and there or pixelated in the distance, I don't care as long as we can like not be micro stuttering. I fucking hate DLSS because it constantly causes those fucking micro stutters. But I just feel like we're having a hard time finding the right balance here. Okay, doesn't seem too bad. Sorry, we'll get into the actual gameplay momentarily. I apologize. I do like to try to figure some of this shit out usually beforehand, but I just didn't really have the time. Because like I said, I did a Windows update recently and it broke a bunch of shit, so I had to deal with that this morning. Alright, this seems acceptable for now, so let's just run with this and see how it goes.
Travelers' structures found. Proceeding inside.
Citizens of New Dawn District, do not leave your homes without a pressing need. Watch yourselves and your neighbors closely. Report any alarming symptoms to the appropriate authorities. Report any alarming neighbors' behavior to the appropriate authorities. We repeated that. Strictly comply with all recommended precautionary measures. Stay calm, stay safe, stay strong. It will all be over soon. I'm used to playing games on my Steam Deck, so anything above sub 30 FPS at minimum settings is fine by me. I feel like I had a micro stutter there, but I was looking at chat, so I'm not sure. Oh, it seems like it's just doing it in general, but that might be a loading issue. You will know them by their eyes. Okay, so we get translations. Optimization is unfortunately not a priority most of the time, yeah. It just really fucking isn't, is it? Citizen resourcefulness is key. Don't throw away food. Share with your neighbors. Use your bath water for cleaning the floor or watering plants. Respect the toilet paper rations. Be sure to stack up your pantry when possible. Resources are scarce. Be creative. Be safe. Be prepared. Mayor of New Dawn, Comrade Zenon Kamiak. Okay. Energy sources act as currency for the travelers. A sufficient amount can be exchanged for items and weapon upgrades in the station. For fuck's sake, man. Why is it so bad? Come on, just thank you. What thing do you want me to specifically change where you can just act fucking normally? I don't know if I should just go back to DLSS. Ultra performance, maybe. I fucking hate having to deal with input lag, though. If I turn that on. Just, I could deal with kind of the occasional micro stutter, but this one seems worse inside, despite the fact that it was, like, better outside. So we can break stuff. I should probably go in there first, but don't dead open inside. Not sure which way is forward. Do we get a map in this? Probably not. Or at least not right now. We get a compass. Okay. Is there anything in here? Oh. Yoink. Yeah, I'm still working on the deck builder that I've been working on, but I'm taking a little bit of a break from it just because it's been kind of a lot. Because I want a fair bit of, like, there's a lot of, like, system stuff I have to kind of code into it, and I'm trying to figure out a few things as I go, including just, like, how the sort of, like, AI will operate in it, and by that I don't mean, like, AI outside of the game, the way people use AI. I mean, like, just the computer, like, when you're playing the game, you know, how will the, your card opponent, you know, enemy AI, yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of, like, information online because I've never had to make, you know, that kind of AI before, but I'm just trying to get it to do specifically what I want and do some interesting things as well. So it's taking time. Also, hey Anna, how are you? Good to see you. But yeah, so I'm taking a little bit of a break from that, although I will be continuing it. But mostly that game may take me quite a while, and assuming the person I still have doing potentially art for it will be continue to be on board if it continues to be kind of a long project. But in the interim, just so I don't hit like burnout on that project, I'm taking a break and I'm trying to switch gears a little bit. I already took a break in general from just kind of like not really doing a lot. And I'm starting to kind of get my batteries back here. But I'm working on a horror game at the moment. Like I've mostly just been fleshing out the structure. I haven't done a ton of building with it yet, just some simple stuff. But it's going to be mostly a thing that's kind of smaller in scope. It's not going to be like pure horror in the sense of, like a lot of the walking simulator horror games where it's mostly jump scares and shit. I want there to be combat in it, and I'm trying to not get too overblown in the scope in terms of combat and other stuff, because then it's just going to make the project take longer. But I want it to be scary, but I still, for the type of games that I like to play, I enjoy survival horror, so I want it to kind of have some of those sorts of elements and feel like there's stuff to do more than just walk around and get spooked, But I still want the atmosphere to be rather spooky. Because even if that stuff doesn't, like, affect me as much when I play games and watch movies and stuff, I know that it's fun for other people. And, that's why I'm kind of going for a bit of a medium, because I still want it to be a game that I would find fun to play. Hence why I'm doing like the combat and stuff. But I want the combat with the enemies in the game to feel like a very tense sort of last resort. Like, generally speaking, you shouldn't just wander into combat confidently unless maybe you've played through the game before. Combat should feel like a sort of act of desperation in a way. But I have to kind of walk a little bit of a tightrope there with, again, having it feel like you as the player have some element of power without completely removing the scariness of the game. So that's kind of the current challenge, I guess. Likewise, I'm doing all right. Had a lot going on the last few days. I'm pretty exhausted. Horror game. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're doing well. I totally get the exhaustion. Lately, I've been doing better about, like, my overall sleep schedule, but I've still been kind of having trouble with sleep in the last several weeks specifically. I don't know why, but I a couple of weeks ago I started just kind of like waking up in the middle of the night, and I just like had a hard time like really getting back to sleep or staying asleep, so I'd just be sort of in like that half sleep thing for like a couple hours until I'd have to get up. And that kept happening, and I honestly have no idea why, because nothing in my like usual routine really changed, other than maybe just the seasonal changes could be partly to blame. But yeah, so for one reason or another, like that started slowly getting better again, but like now I've got like this very mild, sinus respiratory infection or something that I've got going on, which I feel like happened to me the last time I streamed too, which is annoying, but it's just that because we had these massive storms here recently, with tornado weather and hail and shit, that it must have kicked up all sorts of shit, and I think that's just kind of affecting me a little bit. It's very mild, like I feel fine, but just my sinuses are a little fucky as a result. Anyway, yes, I'm overall doing pretty good. I'm just still trying to keep busy without burning myself out on anything, and I really, in part, am doing this horror game, partly because I really want to make a horror game, and that just kind of sounds fun to me right now, but also because I want to be able to complete a project that's a bit smaller in scope. Even if it still takes a while, that's fine. I don't want it to be potentially, especially if I feel burnt out at all, I don't want it to take like several years just to produce one game as my first title. I would like to do something a little smaller while I'm still working on the deck builder, if all that makes sense. So it'll make the deck builder slow down, of course, but if it allows me to get something out there just to be a little bit more official with the whole game dev thing, then that'll still feel nice for me. Anywho, let me read this. School's out 24/9. No, that's 11. Sorry. School is closed. Hope it's forever. Mrs. Rowinska told us to write every day. Sorry, I'm probably going to butcher a lot of these pronunciations, by the way, for these names. About what we do at home and how we feel. She didn't say how many words, though. So here it goes. I feel better without math class. Haha, going sledding with Carol and Marcel. Freedom. Mom said we can't go out today. Something's going on. Too bad. Carol said we should. Carol said he would show me. Oh, I thought Carol was. Okay. I took that as like the feminine, but with a K. Said he would show me a new cool spot. Guess tomorrow then. Dad brought home oranges. He said Uncle Stefan gave them to him. So strange. Tangy. Guys will be jealous. Reading is definitely affected a little bit. Not because of the way I feel, but my, I said before, I wear contacts, I believe, but my left one at the moment, for some reason, is being a little displaced. So it's making my vision slightly blurry. 10-12. This whole staying at home stuff is so lame. Mom says it's getting serious because they don't even let Dad go to work anymore. Saw some men doing some weird stuff on our playground too. It's all ruined now. Lots of trucks in it and sandbags. Bored. Dad is sick and Mom sucks at chess. No Christmas until Dad gets better. I heard explosions at night. There were some people lying outside in the snow. Mom said they were playing with fireworks. Doesn't she know how old I am? I've seen Carol among them. Should be like Carl. Dangerous games. I guess we need a key for this, probably. I wonder if there's a flashlight option. If there is, I don't think I have it yet. Or at least I don't think it's told me. All red. I feel sorry for Mom. When we meet in the hallway, she smiles cheerfully, but her eyes are all red. She told me to stay out of Dad's room because I can get sick just like him. It stinks in here. Mom's gone. She had never left home for such a long time before. I'm getting scared. I know Mom said not to go into his room, but Dad is in so much pain. He's calling my name over and over, and she still hasn't come back. I must help him somehow. Just wondering if that's supposed to be like... So 31 and I think 12 again, so maybe that's 31st of December. Have a key. This one in here. Building is very shifty. Sounding like there's all sorts of stuff in the environment with us. Oh, it's literally on the ground. The highlight for that is weird. I can't really explain why, but the like just weird shaft of light trying to highlight that it's on the ground kind of made it like harder to see in a way. I don't know how to explain that, but hope you get well soon. We've had a storm here too, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it sounds like it was for you. Yeah, we just had chemical compounds for everyday use, suitable for fabricating many usable resources. Like where I live in the Midwest, we get tornadoes every once in a while, but you know, usually nothing serious. You know, and typically most like tornado weather will be like, oh, a funnel cloud or funnel cloud formation is spotted, but no actual touchdown will occur. And usually if they do, it's minimal because the majority of tornadoes are not like what you would see in some sort of like, you know, movie or whatever. Like usually tornadoes are very brief. Like even on the more powerful scale, they typically are not going to be around for more than like minutes, and then they're just gone. So it's pretty rare for them to like really end up doing a lot of damage, but because they can be dangerous, we still have to take precautions. So while my family was visiting, we had to, like, at midnight or a little after midnight, we got a tornado warning, so we had to like shelter in the basement for a little while, and then it was fine again for about an hour or so. And then later that same day, or the following morning, or following day, whatever you want to, it was technically all on the same day since that started after midnight. So later in like the afternoon, we had another big thunderstorm that turned into hail, and that hail started off small. It's not the first time we've had hail here. But it started off small, and then it became golf ball sized where I am. So we had a bit of damage here and there, but thankfully we got pretty lucky to not have anything serious. But in other parts of, like even just my county, not just the state, we had up to baseball sized hail, apparently. I mean, I saw pictures of it. It's fucking crazy shit. But I live near the airport, I've told you, and they have like long-term parking and stuff there that's like outside. There were tons of cars that were just completely fucking wrecked from the hail because the, windshields got destroyed, and because of that, rain was getting into the cars and it damaged all their internal systems and stuff. So a bunch of cars were basically just wrecked. Other ones just had severe damage, but yeah, it was just kind of crazy. I'm a little surprised we didn't have any like cracked windows or anything, but yeah, so it was a little messy. And then several days later, we had another like tornado storm that was basically just more thunderstorming, high, heavy winds, no real tornado touchdown, but it mostly annoyed me after that one because right before my family got here, I was doing just like yard maintenance stuff, and we had a lot of like windy, stormy weather in general before that, and I went and like picked up like all the crap in our like front and backyard, like mostly like branches, sticks, etc., because we have a lot of trees. And then the storms happened, and then the yard just got covered in crap again. So I was just like, damn it. All right. That sounds like enemies. I see you back there. I think that might just be a mannequin or something. That's a mannequin, I'm pretty sure. Those are straight up human bodies fused into the wall. These would appear to be human bodies. Maybe they're growths that shape human-like forms. There. Hold on. Is there a flashlight option? I just want to see if I can. Is there a controls? View controls. Here we go. I don't think so. Maybe it'll give me one at some point. Or maybe some weapons will get like a flashlight upgrade or something. Shell patch. That's a healing item, I guess. I'd prefer not to up the brightness because I feel like the brightness is already at a pretty good level. But there's a couple areas I feel like I would like. Something I need to damage, but thought it would be nice to maybe be able to turn on a flashlight. Oh, okay. Thank you. I guess it's just automatic. Get a code for that. this sort of feels like one of those situations where they're going to put in a bunch of mannequins for you, and then you get used to the mannequins being there, so you kind of just don't really pay attention to them after a point, but then eventually you get one that's actually an enemy. It just sort of vaguely looks like a mannequin from a distance. Okay, cannot carry a lot of those, apparently. Remain calm. We are not in danger of an epidemic. Listen to the expert. Although many citizens experience similar symptoms, this phenomenon does not have the hallmarks of a situation that is outside the norm, assures Dr. Robert Taikwa from the Department of Health Sciences. All those absurd lies about people going blind en masse only create panic. Citizen, if you still fear a hypothetical epidemic, the best way to protect yourself and others is not to let it happen. If you experience any of the symptoms, stay home. Sounds epidemic-y to me, bro. Oh, okay. So we do have to find, like, save stations. I don't know if we'll get any sort of auto-saves beyond that. What is this? Looks like a Roomba.
Passage to Sector D31 established. The perimeter seems safe. The port in this safe house is now active, using the fuses from another device upstairs. There was an emitter relic left in the base. By the will of the collective, I claimed it to aid the vocation. To my successors, if you need any more resources, you can use the surplus. The code is
367.
Moving out to C31. Such is our calling.
It's good to me.
Travel log.
The game lighting looks good, not the
Left
mannequin
here by
butt.
the predecessor.
I don't know if you really needed to clarify. I think I knew what you meant, but it's fine.
31. Proceeding with the search.
She has kind of a robotic way of talking, which kind of makes me wonder if that's like the Traveler's actual voice, or if it's more of like, yeah, the brain rot code, or if that's like a computerized voice or something. I have no clue. Because we had like that whole calibration thing at the beginning. All right, a safety device that operates to provide over current protection of an electrical circuit.
A generator. It is lacking
Find
2
one more.
fuses.
It's supposed to be a former traveler. I mean, I'm hearing her. Oh, you mean in the Roomba? Yeah. That did sound kind of robotic too.
Passage to Sector D31 established. The perimeter seems safe.
Like, I mean, it sounds human. It doesn't sound like a robot, but you know what I mean. Like, there's like a robotic cadence to it.
From another device upstairs.
Like, no wasted words, no real
By the will of the collective,
filler at all. Just very like strict, uniform pronunciation.
if you need any more resources, you can use the surplus.
So we'll go check out the surplus.
Moving out to C31. Such is our calling.
Six, 7. Any mannequins in here want to do combat? An ammo. What's this? Oh, it's another shell patch. I'm assuming we're not going to be able to carry a lot of stuff, so given the survival horror nature. Togetherness is strength. Did you know that products still may be good after their expiration date? That a single tea bag can be used up to 6 times? That flour and water alone can be used to prepare dozens of nutritious meals? That being healthy doesn't require meat in your diet? Don't think me, think we. Together we'll prevail. Mayor of New Dawn. Kind of hoping the mannequins had physics on them so I could knock them over for fun, but lots of energy. Okay. This feels like a pop out and say hello kind of moment, but maybe not yet. So I think if we walk towards a gap, we get like a contextual thing. If we run towards a gap, she'll just leap over it. I'm just saying she for now. I don't really know. Okay, I missed whatever you wanted me to see there. I don't really know technically like the traveler's gender, but I'll say she for the moment. I get enough of that 6-7 shit for my son. Yeah. I'm not really a fan of it either. I'm just, you know, it's there. Feels compulsory to even acknowledge it at this point. Guess we're just gonna hop down then. Interesting choice of art. Don't even get it. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry about it. I don't think anyone really understood outside of the Gen Alpha, Gen Z, what have you, that were saying it in the first place, which was mainly just a I don't know, like an it is what it is kind of saying. It means nothing. Tanky. I gotta remember I can charge shots too.
Cell not compromised.
So hold on, did I get... Yeah, okay, that's the fuse. All I will ask of this game is that it just not be like Callisto Protocol, in that it has like a lot of potential to offer, but then it ultimately just falls flat in too many ways. The thing that made me think of that, by the way, was not anything specific about, you know, similarities, but more just that as I was going through here with the atmosphere, it reminded me of the containers you would open sometimes in that game, like chests, to be like, oh, good, loot. And then you'd go to open it and a fucking, you know, worm thing would just like leap onto your face. So you'd have to like fight it off and you just kind of automatically take damage. Apparently, if you like spam really quickly, knowing that that's going to happen, you can avoid taking damage, but it's kind of hard to do. But just there were way too many gotcha moments like that in the game, like opening a locker, opening a chest, opening various things where you're expecting to get resources that you desperately need, and it's just like a haha, gotcha, there's an enemy instead. That shit used to be super fucking annoying. I don't mind like something like that as like an in general thing, but I just want to see what changed back here. I guess nothing really. It's just the time of day is changing. This game was never supposed to be part of the PUBG universe. Camera. Valuable electrical item from the past, although inactive today, it can be exchanged for energy in the workstation. Valuables occupy inventory space. Missing person report. Another boy, Marcel Marzik, 8 years old. Navy blue button-down coat, black tie, knee-high socks, and worn-out black leather shoes. Shows no symptoms. Radio for a search effort ASAP. I wouldn't mind more ammo. We only have like 4 shots. I think maybe we'll be able to craft ammo or something at these so-called workstations. I think outside it's a little less smooth with this stuff, with these settings turned on, but I'm not going to switch it back to TSR because that was worse inside for whatever reason. If it's just a slight bit less stable outside, that's okay. I don't think there was an option for just, like, turning down, like, particle stuff, right? Panini. There's just quality preset. I mean, I could turn that down, but... but when I had it even, like, just down one level lower, everything looked kind of a lot more muddy. So we'll just kind of live with it as it is for now. If it starts stuttering a lot, like these little tiny stutters I can live with, but if it starts stuttering a lot, then we'll switch it again. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that, like, certain games I may be better off just trying to get on console. I like being able to get things on PC for various other conveniences, but it's just starting to feel a lot less convenient these days. Even with, like, high-end specs. And I don't have, like, the most robust computer since it's not brand new, but still. I don't know if I should be keeping an eye out for, like, collectibles or anything in this game. Take a look before we move on here. I saw that little side room. We probably got everything. I don't know what this world is. I had assumed it was, like, Earth, and we're coming from somewhere else, but I honestly don't really know.
Encountered malformed biomass. Caution advised.
The light be flickering. And Callisto Protocol, I still sometimes feel like I should make a YouTube video about that one day. It's not like it hasn't already been done to death, and the game is not new anymore, but it's just... the game is something that, like, frustrates me to the point of wanting to make a video essay about it. Like, because it could have been so good. Like, as something, as like a nice, like, following send-up, you know, just to, proceed in the footsteps of Dead Space.
If you have been tasked with finding a target that is located in A0 or any sector in the vicinity of the Unity Hospital, you will fall. I am cutting off the path.
It's a far-off fictional world called Poland. I see.
To zero. Resources are scarce. Evaluate whether you can be of use to the vocation in other ways. Such is our calling.
May is shut. I'm sure it will open up for us eventually. But yeah, some aspects of this game kind of remind me a little bit of Callisto Protocol, mainly because they also remind me of Dead Space. So charge shots are definitely the way to go when you can. Yo! Jules, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. Had to remember the appropriate amount of Z's. Or Z's, whatever you want to say. How's it going, Jules? How was Minecraft today? I did see you were streaming earlier. Welcome in, everybody. Abby, Jules, Wondrous, hello, hello. How are you? I'm not doing too bad. I'm kind of getting over a mild sinus respiratory thing after all the like storm weather, I think. I don't know exactly what has caused it, but I'm not really feeling sick. I'm just like stuffy, but I'm fine otherwise. But that's, if I sound different, that's why. Yeah, it's been a while since I last streamed. I was planning to stream a little sooner than this, after Resident Evil 9, but yeah, I have just been kind of busy. I'm still working on like the deck builder game, but I'm taking a little bit of a break from that just to kind of avoid burnout because there's a lot of stuff I want to do with that game. I might have told you this before because I've told a few people, I forget, but I'm working on a horror game right now, so which has mostly just been like initial structuring. I haven't done anything super serious with it yet, but I just wanted to work on something a little bit smaller in scope and just have something to keep working on while I'm like taking a break from the other game. Just so I'm not like doing nothing. But yeah, I felt like streaming anyway, and I'm still going to just be doing kind of like here and there streaming still, but I've been meaning to play this here for a little while, Cronos, which is a Bloober Team, I don't know, I guess you could say kind of Dead Space, other survival horror, etc. inspired sort of game. I don't really know a ton about it, but I saw the trailer like a long time ago, and it was intriguing enough that I wanted to pick it up. I think it came out back in like October, but this is my first chance to really play it now, so here we are. Yeah, it's got meat walls, the classic post-apocalyptic body horror, exactly. Yeah, the storms, Jules, they weren't great. But we kind of lucked out here. Like the damage was minimal where I'm at. Like I didn't have any like cracked windows from the big hailstorm that we had. Some dents in the car, but nothing that can't be fixed. And it's pretty like minimal. Other people did not fare so well because we had golf ball size hail here, and that did damage a good number of like homes and cars. But some other parts of the general area got like up to baseball sized hail, which is kind of crazy to me. So there was some pretty significant damage in different parts, and we had tornado weather too, on multiple days, but thankfully nothing major. I'm not sure if we even had any actual touchdowns of funnel clouds forming into real tornadoes, or if it was just kind of like really bad thunderstorms becoming funnel clouds, but not quite forming into an actual tornado. But yeah, it was like a huge swath of like a mega storm that kind of swept through the Midwest. But thankfully has gotten through our area with minimal issue. I just mainly have to pick up a whole bunch of sticks and branches again from my yard. Saw some rain-wrapped tornadoes on TikTok. TikTok. I don't know if I was like meaning to say Tic Tac like the candy, or if I suddenly had like a Boston accent with TikTok. Oh yeah, the Tic Tac. I don't know. I'm gonna blame it on the sinus infection. Boston TikTok, yeah. There you go. Anyway, yeah. Overall, I'm doing good. I'm keeping busy. Still working on game stuff. I just want to be able to like stream here and there still. And hopefully there will be no more big storms this year. That would be nice. Although it's early because this is kind of like the stormy season, if you will, is like kind of spring, summertime. Usually it's not like a big deal. Like we don't normally have like tornadoes constantly or anything, especially not like here. Some other parts of the Midwest have it worse for sure. But generally it's at worst like a 1 to 2 times thing a year most of the time, and usually it's like, okay, go shelter in the basement for like an hour, and then okay, it's passed, everything's fine. Go about your day. And I don't like any for the, I don't know, 16 plus years that I've lived here. I've not really ever encountered much in the way of any personal damage as far as tornadoes are concerned. The worst I'd even seen was like the year after I moved here, or like kind of like I don't even think I had been here like a full year, but it was like the fall. It was, I moved here in late 2010, so it was sometime in 2011, I think. There was a particularly kind of big sudden tornado that happened at one point, which tore apart like a good part of a school and a couple other like nearby buildings, like near where I used to work. But it was like in the evening, like nobody was there anyway, and they would have evacuated if, you know, it had been the case. So there was nothing, you know, really too concerning. It was just kind of like, okay, well, that's what tornadoes are like. Because I moved from the East Coast. I used to live in Pennsylvania, and we didn't really get tornadoes much there. Like, you have to deal with icy, cold weather, up in the more mountain region areas, kind of where I lived, but not really ever tornadoes. It's honestly like weather-wise, that was a pretty chill place aside from, having the usual rebounding between hot and cold during different seasons. There weren't usually any kind of like disastrous weather things there. Usually you don't really have to worry about earthquakes. It's not really southern enough to generally have to worry about hurricanes. And tornadoes just kind of almost don't really happen there. So yeah, you might see hail perhaps, but it's pretty rare. So yeah, definitely moving here was a little bit of a change, but I'm used to it. Alright, Chaos tamed. Things will return to normal soon. In his last proclamation, General, whatever that is, I'm not even going to try, reassured our nation that the crisis affecting most Polish cities has been brought under control. The Ministry of Defense has successfully completed a stabilization operation spanning the entire country, and thanks to their swift response, the spread of the foreign virus has been halted. The General has urged the residents of quarantine cities to stay strong and abide by the restrictions. He further announced plans to set up a specialized commission to trace the origin of the ubiquitous foreign disease. We don't get that stuff in Melbourne either, but up north definitely happens, yeah. It's nice if you can kind of like live somewhere where like natural disaster stuff is at like an all-time low generally. Down to 4 bullets again, okay. But yeah, like I don't think I'd want to live necessarily somewhere where it's like a constant concern. Like even my dad and his wife just living in Florida is a bit much, I feel, because like I feel like maybe at most it's like a once a year thing, but I feel like they've had to deal with hurricanes a fair bit in their time of just generally living there. Whoops, do I need to hold that? Oh, I guess you don't exactly hold it, it's kind of a toggle. Just open the shortcut. Seems like PSN is down. Oh, that's too bad. Hopefully it'll get back up again soon. Like being able to do your dailies.
The orphans grow even stronger as they merge. Efficiency discipline is recommended. It is highly recommended to proceed with caution. Such is our calling.
Yeah, like hurricanes, honestly, especially, when you live like coastally somewhere where it's like a general concern, like I feel like they're honestly a lot worse most of the time than most other places that have to deal with tornadoes or earthquakes, with like some exception maybe. Like there's definitely some parts of the country that have like generally worse tornado weather, and other parts of the country that have worse earthquake weather. I don't know, maybe not call that weather, but seismic activity. It's looking a little earthquakey out today. But yeah, like, when a big hurricane comes through, like, you don't really have much of a choice other than to batten down literally, like, everything, like, board up windows and all kinds of shit, but also, you're typically going to end up having to evacuate. Because in Florida, or a lot of parts of Florida, I should say, not all of it, a lot of buildings there don't even have basements because, you know, the ground soil is, like, sandy, so you can't really, like, just head down to a sturdy basement in your house and just wait it out. You seem alive to me, so I'm just gonna keep stomping. I kind of figured you'd get up to fight, but... I don't know. It just seems like it's gonna keep writhing and undulating, so... let's move on. I live in the stormy area of Sweden, but the weather we get here is mild compared to the weather in the US. I mean, it's all relative, right? Like, it's nice if you don't live in a place where you have to worry about such things, but I feel like even places that usually have that as a concern, it's usually not too bad. Hello? Did you get up? I'd love it if my flashlight would turn itself back on, since I don't have any control over that. Whee! He's like absorbing the other one. I believe that's all my ammo, so... You punch, bitch.
When they merge, they become stronger. I must not allow this to happen.
Being fused with a coat rack. I don't know why that's significant to me, but it is. Alright, well, we got the key for the one door that was, I guess, this one? Yeah. Key to the shop. Does the shop contain bullets? Is my only real question. Oh, cat.
Cat.
Somehow not mutated. Unless it's just lying in wait.
For me.
And it dropped an item for me. Okay, that's not suspicious. It's normal cat behavior. It's post-apocalyptic Poland. Stutter there. I guess the question is going to be... Curious if, like, turrets were gonna pop out and shoot me or something.
Marking its location for later.
The question is going to be, is it a real cat, and therefore is it extra suspicious as to why a real cat is here and totally fine? Or is it just in our mind? I'm kind of assuming the latter right now, but... Anyway, I'm hoping what I can kind of ultimately design with the game that I'm starting up here can be spooky. I definitely want it to have combat because it's the type of stuff that I like to play, since I don't really get scared by games, but I want other people to still get scared by it. Is that selfish of me? I don't know. I want to be able to deliver good spooks. Where's going to be used to unlock special upgrades for the traveler's equipment in the workstation? Perfectly reasonable. I hope so. What's a stash? I guess take the camera. This is the workstation. Wait, hold on. Don't I just solve that then? Sell camera. It's just a valuable, right? So 800. Sick. But yeah, I want it to be able to have like a nice balance between combat and spookiness, to where you can reliably fight things, but that it feels, you know, intense and desperate to do so, you know, so that if you've beaten the game, maybe you can kind of like waltz into combat and not feel too intimidated by it or anything. But if it's your first time playing, I want it to feel not specifically just difficult, because I don't want it to be unfun to play or anything, but that it's just genuinely scary, because you're like, okay, this is going to be difficult to get through in one piece, and so I shouldn't just wander into combat without considering it first. And obviously, there should be good atmosphere and sound design, hopefully, to help with the spookiness. That's the plan, anyway. Alright, so we can buy stuff. We can upgrade our gun that's called Sword. So I guess Integrity is probably a health upgrade. Inventory slots are probably going to be useful. We only have one core, and we need cores. I think it's just energy for the gun upgrades, but cores for suit upgrades. Resource limit. Okay, so this is probably going to be item stacking, and this is inventory slots. I don't know which is going to ultimately be the more useful in the future. This one has less options. I think we go limit first, because we haven't, like, filled our inventory slots yet. And being able to stack, like, more ammo or more chemicals or whatever will probably be more initially useful. I'm not going to upgrade health until I feel like I need to. Let's start with this. Okay, for the gun, I mean, I really kind of just want to upgrade the firepower. So I'm just going to save the money. I didn't mean to do that. Why? Woe is me, I wasted my heal. Maybe I should buy ammo at least over here, because we don't really have a lot. It's only 100. I'll buy one stack. Wait, did I buy one bullet? I'm sorry. I sure did. I read that as I was buying 6. That's the supply. I can only buy 6 total. And each one is 100. Okay, that was definitely not worth it then. I'll save it anyway. 100 energy for one bullet. It's crazy. This economy? Alright. Telecommunicating Roomba, what do you have to say?
Like most solid organic compounds, such as wood or biological tissue, orphan bodies are susceptible to rapid oxidation. My observations also suggest
Veg for me? Oh yeah, by all means. Jules, please get some sleep. I know it's late for you. Thank you so much for the raid. And for stopping in to chat. I appreciate you very much. Hopefully I will catch you on your next stream.
before it has time to regenerate.
But yeah, thanks again. Have a good sleep. Good to see you.
Is our calling.
Before I go up those stairs, was there anything? Ooh, stutter. There might be some other stuff in this room yet. Hold on, let me catch up on all you said. PlayStation says all systems are operational when unable to log in, so I don't know what's going on. It could just be like a regional issue. It'll probably sort itself out. Hopefully. It updated a bunch of TOS and wouldn't let me log. Oh, I see. You got to do the stupid accept the terms and conditions thing. Yeah, they're not great about, like, redirecting you to that when you need to for a connection sometimes. It's really stupid. Alright. Success of the local police. It's called the Greatest Enemy. Commissioner Ryback and his team have reported significant progress in their investigation into the rising number of missing persons cases. We must remain patient and avoid panic at all costs. Fear is our greatest enemy during this crisis. In the midst of the chaos that has flooded our streets, it is all too easy for individuals to lose their way. Fortunately, military stabilization efforts are helping us to maintain order and safety. The Commissioner promises we will bring your loved ones home soon. So we gotta work on eventually opening that door that was closed off. I guess that's probably everything here for now. Just gonna try to ignore the micro stutters for now. I might mess with the settings later to see if I can get a more happy medium that smooths things out, but I'll have to kind of look into it a bit. Find a way to open the gate. I assume you mean this one, so. Are you telling me I need ye old classic bolt cutters or something for this game, and I can't just punch those chains off the door? Or shoot them? Maybe I can shoot them, but I don't feel like I want to spare the ammo just yet. I am all for the classic survival horror bolt cutters, but sometimes it feels like a little bit of a stretch to not only just be able to say, like, you know, I could probably just shoot this off here, but what if you don't have ammo? You know, you gotta have an item for it. That makes sense. But, like, it's, like, old and rusty, and I got future spacesuit tech shit. I could probably just punch that thing off there. I think so. So our chemicals do stack a little bit more. Torch fuel. Interact with a dispenser to receive flamethrower ammo. Highly combustible substance used by the torch. I don't... L1 while near a biomass to burn it. Sick. Take another one of those, please. I guess maybe some of those can be relooted. I'll have to check. I'm not sure if the ones that gave me ammo before will have ammo in them again or not. Traveler's Seal Key. A device used to unlock doors sealed by the Travelers found in Sector A31. Is it even a horror game if it doesn't have bolt cutters? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely a few that don't have them, but so many do, as you know, especially if it's any sort of survival horror, right? But even if it's just like a classic horror game, I feel like a lot of them have bolt cutters still. So we can burn this. I don't know if maybe I should go back. Let's wait a sec. Metal scraps. Part of a destroyed mechanism or tools useful in fabricating more complex resources. Okay. I am curious. It feels to me like, unless you can backtrack a fair bit of the time, thanks, that the flamethrower fuel is going to be, or the torch fuel, I should say, is going to be something you want to use sort of strategically for, like, certain areas to get extra loot or whatever. But you may not be able to always use it, so you may have to kind of choose. Alright, times of need. Bogdan, I know he's an intellectual, but sweeping the platform is something anyone can do, even a goddamn Marxist economist. Hereby, Hire my fucking nephew before he chews the plaster off the walls. Yours truly, Stazik Laga. See if I can loot another one of those really fast. Oh. Is there something to read? No. Okay. I thought when I came in through that way that there was something like a piece of paper stuck to the window, but alright, so they want us to go through there. I don't know if I recall any other burnable biomass, so let's just go ahead. Ban on public gatherings. The virus never sleeps. By forming groups, you are helping to spread the disease. Mask up, people. Okay, so that opened the gate.
Can the citizen confirm that her name is Veronica Kaminsky, born 1948?
Dr. Veronica Kaminsky. What is this? Why am I here? Am I being arrested?
Doctor, you are here because the situation at the steelworks has changed. We have come into possession of a certain asset.
Asset?
Asset. Biggest aquarium fish and axolotl displays in Fallout 76. I'm very happy about it for some reason. Well, I mean, it seems like a cool addition, so I think I would be happy. Hello? Feel like popping up all of a sudden? Theory that gate will open now. This inventory is kind of weird. It shows... I guess it's maybe showing me... Oh, this is... Sorry. I didn't even realize this is the fabricator. My bad. I could have made handgun ammo. I thought I hadn't yet gotten to the point of being able to craft things. I was just like wondering if that was something I could do. So the chemicals that I picked up I could have used to make an ammo. So that's something we know now. We can also use chemicals to make shell patches, and we can use the metal scrap to make torch fuel. Okay, I understand now. Should not have taken me that long to figure it out, but they didn't exactly tutorialize it right away. It was... I just now noticed that that said fabricator. I just thought that was part of my inventory, and I wasn't really paying attention to it. I don't remember how far back that one thing of chemicals that I would have therefore missed would be either, so I guess I'm not going to worry about it. Is this not the gate that opened? I thought it was. Oh no, wait, there was another gate up there, now that I think about it. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about missing a little bit of chemicals. It's fine. We'll be alright. Huh. Title card. You have a very long body. I don't know why that would be the first thing to pop into my head, but... Babble of the party is not information. Release the steelworkers. Tag yourself? Are you spoon guy or tongs guy? Clearly stuff down there. So maybe that area down there in general might be traversable then. We can move this out of the way. I do want to backtrack quickly though to see if I could go the other way as well. So I don't know if this is progress or if the other way is progress. But I wish to look. Just half me wondering if the bus, overturned bus, could be used as a ramp or something. Looks like the other way is indeed progress, because we can't really go any further this way, but there is stuff over here. Join us. Only union in Christ can give us shelter during the raging storm. The Church of the Last Days is your sanctuary. Guess that's probably it. Gonna need an explanation for that at some point. Alright, I think we can just proceed. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing like a little secret way down or something, since we could see stuff from over there, but it doesn't look like I can drop down or anything. So I think we're just meant to keep going. There's obviously like a pathway there leading to this stuff. Curious what other sort of weaponry we'll get in the game. You seem like another foe. Your arm's a bit long there. Also, kind of looks like you have a hand wrapped around another hand, sort of. Obviously your face is all messed up. Prior to me stomping on it. Definitely after. Hello? Who would like to stand up and wait? Anyone? I'm not sure how much we should try to like weave in melee combat to like conserve ammo. I'm trying to mostly just use charged shots, but it's not the easiest to like aim for their head with the way they move around and stuff and the way the aim is in this. And I don't think there's like a dodge, so I'm trying to like kind of stop and move back when I can. Test for a nation. Isolation unites. The Ministry of Defense urges all citizens to disregard the false narratives from the West. The quarantine imposed in the cities of the Polish People's Republic, PPR, is the only effective solution in the fight against the spread of the virus until a vaccine becomes available. Restricting access into and within our cities is essential to halt the migration of infected individuals who irresponsibly or unknowingly spread the disease. 1981 will forever be remembered as the great test of our people, a test of their endurance and loyalty. Health and Welfare Minister Jan Dobrucki declared, with him, the authorities of the People's Poland assure the isolation strengthens us during the cataclysm that has befallen our country. Okay, we can drop there. So it seems like the pandemic that happened here that resulted in whatever the fuck this virus, unless it's like unrelated, but I assume not because we're finding all this information about this pandemic. So it's not like an earlier one that happened and then was, you know, fine in between whatever this outbreak is. I'm assuming just the pandemic led into this. But it appears like it happened in the 80s. So the timeline is interesting with this because we have all this like kind of futuristic stuff, but I don't know what year it's supposed to be for us. Is that empty, or did I pick it up so fast I just didn't register it? Okay, good. Oh, well, I wish I hadn't wasted that. Well, I'm burning the bodies, though. Oh, I wonder if they can get back up. That's cool, if so. Because that would give you a means to want to, Oh, it's literally telling me that now. Good thing there's more of this, then. So it's not just for burning away certain biomass. You want to use it to remove enemies as a rare resource, which is something I was kind of considering for the horror game that I'm making, although it probably won't be fire specific. Is there an active enemy, or is that just more wall biomass making noise? Not only is the music kind of picked up a little bit. Okay, I thought there was an item there. Twofer? Yes, okay. I don't know how necessary that's going to be, but, you know, we might as well make use of it while we can. Since it gives us the fuel infinitely. So I feel like that's what the game is trying to teach me, is like, hey, make sure you burn some of these corpses away and they might just get back up. So big fucking mouth on the ceiling. Nice. I like that the fire doesn't really do anything to us either. It's nice when you can have like a burn resource like that where you're meant to kind of get rid of things, but you don't have to worry about like standing in it also damaging you. Okay, now we're getting enemies. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Okay, so I guess part of the reason we want to burn stuff too is not necessarily just... Okay, I got that one. Okay, good, I got both of them. Good. Wasn't sure if they'd be too far apart. It seems like maybe the enemies get stronger if you let them absorb the corpses of their fallen brethren. It cost me a bit of ammo, but it's okay. I feel like we made decent use. I do think I missed like one shot, but you know, missing one time is not the end of the world. Arm. Emitter. Non-combat relic module capable of tuning into the anomaly, can be used to manipulate time oddities. Maybe I should pick that up yet.
An emitter. It can be used to manipulate the oddities.
Can be used to manipulate the oddities.
But there's an oddity blocking the path.
Why is your hair doing that? I guess it's just an effect of my current graphic settings, maybe, but it kind of made it look like the hair was censored. I need to do? I want to shoot him. I think she said what I needed to do, and I was too busy paying attention to something else. Ah. Okay, figured R1 might be the case, but I wasn't really too sure.
The predecessor, ND3500, reached. The anchor is intact. Well done. Accessing predecessor's travel log. Attempting data salvage. Target seeded. The predecessor was on a search for a target called Edvard Wisniewski. Calculating coordinates. Confirmed dive location in D3. The nearby housing project.
So this person,
Never reached him.
they died losing their arm. I'm assuming that was the arm that was across the way with the emitter. Did you cut off your own arm and throw it over
Carry
there?
on where you left off.
For the next person? Hey, Red, how's it going?
The vocation continues.
Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Because it looks like they tried to put a tourniquet around it, maybe, unless that's just the suit design, because there is kind of like a... Yeah, I think that might just be the suit, actually. What number are we? Hang on, I could kind of barely see it. 30... I can't, like, get close enough. 45? No, 3576. So we are 76 iterations after this one, I guess. Not that they've sent 75 others here before we got here necessarily, but just that there were, you know, if that's our ID, then there were 75 others before us. Medium. That's right. That's one of their games is Medium. Check it out. The enemies in our game wear our merch. I do want to burn the corpses, but I'm not gonna like necessarily always try to burn them unless there's like a fuel spawner nearby. Some oddities may be manipulated to multiple times. Okay, I still think I have to do the anomaly itself. Information for travelers. New public transport restrictions. Probably not my type of traveler, I don't think they mean. Just regular. Passengers without valid pass will be penalized. There's a limit of 5 passengers per carriage. Only 5? I mean, I guess for social distancing. Always keep a space of at least 2 empty seats between you. Use trams only as a last resort. Workers of the New Dawn steel plant with season tickets are required to show their work certificate and ID card. Hello. See the anomaly up there. I guess we'll just have to immediately do that because I don't see anything else really. Good, I'm glad to hear it, Red. I need to check on Avocado. We made the yearly trip to get her vaccinated yesterday, so she's feeling a bit off. As long as she eats and poops, it's fine. If she stops eating and pooping, it's bad, though. It's a medical emergency for rabbits. Yeah, well, I hope she's doing alright. Thankfully, this seems to have a pretty wide radius. That it felt like an okay time to use it. I hope it was a good time to use it. I could probably make another one if I have to, because I have just enough to do that. Thanks. 200. Been okay so far. She eats romaine and hay, but not much of her pellets that she usually loves. Hello. Ouch. I don't know how much damage we can actually take before we die, so that might have been a bit of a premature heal, but it's been a bit since we saved, and I don't know what we get in the way of checkpoints either, so... Elevator. And I won Agent Cutters. Okay. Agent Cutters in A Murder in Sea Mine. Interesting. It's a comic book. I it's like the first part of a comic book, or she's just not gonna read it, maybe, but it's fine. Let's make another shell patch since we used our last one. Pick those up.
Interesting.
I was literally about to say that. History of New Dawn. The end of 1949 marked a new dawn for Poland as the first municipal buildings were built for this envisioned city of the future. Here, the nation's best and brightest came together to construct a shining symbol of the triumph of socialism. At the heart of this vision was the construction of the largest industrial complex in the country, the New Dawn Steelworks, designed as a testament to human ambition and collective strength. The steelworks soon became the pride of the entire Polish nation. The builders of this monumental project worked with unparalleled enthusiasm, forging a unique system of leadership that inspired all. These work leaders, driven by a sense of purpose and remarkable skill, became living examples of the ideal socialist man, dedicated, capable, and unyielding in their commitment to the collective. Among these heroes, one name stands above the rest, Roman Baryka. His exceptional achievements secured his place in history. On June 21st, 1950, Baryka and his team achieved the extraordinary, setting a record by laying an astonishing 19,000 bricks in a single day. Sorry, just, for the way we typically do it here, we'll put like a comma instead of a decimal or period. And I was just like, an astonishing 19.000 bricks. He laid a whole 19 bricks, almost 20 bricks in a single day. Modern homes rose from the earth, attracting courageous young men and women from every corner of Poland. These pioneers came not only to build, but to live in a community crafted with care. Designed to meet every need of its citizens, New Dawn became more than a city. It was a bright beacon of hope where families could thrive and raise their children in the spirit of socialism. Reading of The Time Has Come canceled. I really like this feature, by the way, that, like if you speak Polish, you can probably just read this, but I like the idea of having a means of having it translated for you and just aiming at it, just kind of giving you that context. Instead of it specifically going out of their way to translate the image itself, or like otherwise not knowing when to put the subtitles on the screen to translate it for you, that like having it be a thing that you aim at so that the game knows when you want to actually see it. The architecture of New Dawn. The whole concept of the underground station is regarded as one of the most ambitious urbanistic projects, not only in the Soviet Union, but in the entire world. The best Polish and Russian engineers have worked up a sweat for over 30 years to finally present the most advanced transport system in a new era. This, one could say, endless web of interconnected tunnels lets the citizens of New Dawn transfer comfortably from one end of the city to another in less than 10 minutes. Thanks to a talented team of architects, the way to work is not a monotonous experience anymore, as the whole station is a genuine art gallery. The rich ornaments and jaw-dropping mosaics decorating the walls, turning the everyday journey into a deep cultural experience. Especially noteworthy are, however, the works of Antony Surma. His inspiring monumental sculptures are the best that social realism art has to offer. this thing's on. All good. Is there a break there? No. Assuming at some point we'll make our way back to that one big gate that we needed a key for, which might be the thing that we had picked up already, the anchor, whatever she called it. Pharmacist note. Dear Olivia, tell Chrysia to go to Unity Hospital and ask them to give us some of their emergency resources. Beg them if you must. After all, we can't let those people go completely blind. Don't believe them if they say they don't have any. They must have some. I saw the big military trucks going in that direction yesterday. It must have been medical supplies. Because what else? Maybe a miracle happened and the commies agreed to finally accept help from the Red Cross. Professor Monica Feck. Okay, we got big resupply here. Shell patch medium, okay. We got the blueprint for it as well. What is this? Space for a core. Well, we can just use one and then pick it up. Burning time, fabricated amount, and inventory slot limit requires 2 cores. I guess maybe you can use this offensively. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, you kind of can as long as there's a corpse nearby. I just don't know if you can just use it whenever. Because I've always tried doing it, like, in front of biomass or in front of a corpse. I don't know if it works just any time you press it. Because it seems like you can burn living stuff, too, and so more burning time means more damage. For now, we'll go for another inventory slot. And I'm still saving up for a firepower upgrade. Like a charge speed would be good, clip would be good, all of these would be good. Stability probably actually is going to be a little underrated because I am finding the aim to be a little difficult. Because there's a fair bit of sway when you charge your shot. But I kind of want to just get that first firepower upgrade out of the way. I think, yeah, let's just go ahead and get that burning time upgrade now. Okay. The core is used up. I almost hit triangle again to look at my inventory, which would have wasted another heal. This is our stash, right? Might stash this medium heal for now. Since our inventory is kind of limited, because I think the smalls will stack. Not certain, but... Alright, game saved. Let's go. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought I could open more than one, or have more than one of those. Quick craft. I think I'm okay with that. Although I like the idea that if you run out of heals, you can automatically craft a small shell patch just by holding the heal button. I mean, they made that kind of obvious, so... And that card is stripped. That should put us pretty close, not quite at 3,000, yeah, 2925. So if we get 3 soon, I'll go back to that workstation, because I don't know when the next one will be. Speaking of checkpointy like things, I think really quickly I am going to take a real fast bathroom break and just pour myself another cup of coffee. But yeah, so I will be back in like just 1 minute, and then we will continue. I'm not sure how long I will go today, by the way. I don't want it to be super short, but I don't know if it'll be a long stream today, because I have some stuff I have to do this afternoon. But I'm hoping to be able to stream again tomorrow too, so if we don't go all that long today, I might be able to go a little longer tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I will be back in just 1 minute. All right, I am back. Sorry for the wait. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you. Closed city. Citizens, a permanent lockdown has been ordered. Any unauthorized attempts to leave the city will be severely punished. Just bus sort of felt like one of those situations where framing is there. Felt like something would just sort of spawn in at the other end of the bus to fight me. Or, you know, spring up. So that should be 2975. We're very, very close. Still not quite there yet, though. No more naivete. The church is a breeding ground for sickness. Do not spread the disease. Stay home. I do wonder to what degree these guys can get back up, if it's just that they can be absorbed by other enemies. Like, I could burn those. It's not like the fuel fabricator is far away, but just give me like another energy pickup so I can go get my firepower upgrade. Make me wish I hadn't bought those bullets now. Or, well, I only bought one, but... Of course, I definitely would not have crafted one if I had known... Or, sorry, bought that one if I had realized that I could just craft a bunch. I'm just gonna mute for just a second because there's a jet coming. Yeah. Stupid jets, man. Energy bank. Valuable. Container used once by the travelers to store energy can be exchanged for energy in the workstation. Definitely get that firepower upgrade soon, then. Debating if I should just go back and... I think maybe I will just quickly go back and get that. A little bit of a backtrack, don't get me wrong, but... rather than carry the energy bank around... Oh, unless I can't. I guess I can't go back this way. Never mind. I did use my torch fuel there too, so I gotta be a little careful. I was gonna try to blow them up, but then my positioning got a little bit weird. Suppose we will just have to wait for the next one, unless we can create some other little bridge back. Yeah, they're like messing up. I don't know. It's gravity kind of, but it's more time, I guess. It's like the big statue we saw that was like bisected but still floating. Same with like that church steeple over there. It's not just gravity, I guess. It's more like they're like frozen in time, sort of, in like a half destroyed, half collapsed state or something. So you're kind of you're just kind of like changing the like which time it's in, I suppose. They're not creatures, but they are kind of creepy. Yeah. So here we go. 1,000. Nice. Profit. Let's upgrade the firepower. Need 3,800 to upgrade it again, which makes me want to just save again, but I think I will go for a stability upgrade. And then I don't know if I care about these other ones that much right now, so we may just save for another power upgrade. Should be nice. Fuel, please. At some point we'll probably have an upgrade to be able to use multiple things or carry multiple things of fuel, so we're not just down to one all the time. That looks like a gun upgrade, possibly. What's this here? Shotgun shells? Okay, yeah, so... Yoink. Hammer. Prov 2030. A weapon that fires many small high-temperature projectiles, ideal in close-quarters combat. Deals increased damage and covers a wider area when charged, so we can still charge it.
Another relic module found. The hammer. It will help gain an advantage in close quarters.
Sick. I'm pretty sure you're using like the same like pistol base, but the entire like 4 attachment is like, this is your pistol attachment, this is your shotgun attachment. Still takes up inventory space though. You only have 2. So I guess this is like a double barrel because it seems to only hold 2 shells to begin with. That's real sick. Another inventory upgrade is definitely not going to hurt, but we don't have any more cores at the moment. We will find another one. Well, I think we might even need 2 to upgrade it again. Let's just save it. I don't think there's really anything else I can do yet. And continue. Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking gun. I feel like if you're going to go that way with kind of like that sort of minimalist route of design, you really want like your gunplay in general to feel impactful and everything, but also the design of the gun itself to look satisfying. That is one thing I will say that Callisto Protocol did decently well, except that the problem is there's also like redundancies with the weapons that kind of make them not worth getting half the time, and then and there's just so many things about that game that just are not well thought out. Anyway, get closer with your closest. I said closet. Spend Christmas with your relatives. Use the quarantine to spend quality time with your loved ones. Strong family is the foundation of socialism. Energy in this place, just small pickups, but oh yeah, we did like 250 in there. Six picking up. Make me a good Carpenter-esque baseline. By that I mean John Carpenter. Alright, we should probably make another one of these, but I don't know if I can carry more than one. Will it let me? Okay, they don't stack, but yes. Try to use one of those up soon.
Dive point in sight. The building is heavily affected by the anomaly.
They still got lights and shit on in there, at least it kind of looks like it. The anomaly is powering the building or something. Into my arms. My children don't even come to talk to me through the door anymore. Before they would leave me some food. I don't mind though. I just hope they didn't end up in quarantine either. I'd rather they didn't. Maybe they just forgot about me. That would probably be better. I know it's not possible, but I would like to take them into my arms very much. It's sad. To get which dance soonish because I want to support Marcus, but I had to spend a lot of money that I don't have to fix my car and vaccinate Avocado, so I'm going to have to wait a bit. I hear you. Thankfully, it's, you know, he made it like pretty cheap, you know, but so I'm seeing like the arm in the shadow there. Hello, there. But yeah, I'm sure, you know, he'll appreciate you getting it anyway. I haven't had much, I picked it up, but I haven't had much time to play it. I've gotten like a little bit of a score in it so far, but I've just been trying to like focus on work stuff and everything. But I hope to be able to play it some more soon. I don't know if I'll stream myself playing it, or if I'll maybe record some of it, because I do want to have some like recorded. Got some explosives there. That was pretty sick. Had to really definitely like use up my stuff there, but okay, I do like that quick crafting thing. I did take some damage though somehow. I don't feel like I got hit by anything, but I guess I must have just gotten like barely brushed by something. Also, hey Robin, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's one of the smalls now. So we have two. I did kind of clear up the inventory a little bit at least. But now we're out of torch fuel again. Camera. Sick. What does it take to craft shotgun ammo? Oh, quite a lot. We need 3 scrap, which we would use to make torch fuel as well, and 2 chemicals. It's expensive. Did seem pretty powerful, though, like, especially if I had the time to actually charge it. Now, that one I could see actually upgrading the charge time on. I think upgrading the charge time on the pistol would be good, too. But maybe slightly less necessary to do. Like, when we get, like, swarmed like we just did, that makes more sense to have for either weapon, but the shotgun definitely takes a minute to fully charge, so...
Entering Sector D3. Proceeding to the dive point.
I wonder if I should have backtracked for another free torch fuel. I still don't have the, did I hear a cat? I think I did. I don't have the bolt cutters or whatever I need for that, but we also missed a door further back for bolt cutters, so unless that's like a New Game Plus thing, hopefully we can go back there. I think we should be going back there at some point, though, for that one gate that was blocked. Slightly framey there. I knew eventually one of y'all would get up. Okay. New university semester has started over here, so it's back to teaching for me. Those 2 weeks are always super busy. Besides that, I'm doing good. No, good to hear it. I hope that it's been good busy, at least, you know. The semester's been fun/smooth so far, and not too annoying. So Skyrim RP may be back up this weekend. Would be great, since I actually have actually free for once. Gotcha. You are definitely the type of enemy we've fought several times. That's like the sort of weak variety, but aggressive. Some enemies in here feel like they're going to stand up shortly to fight me. Love having some torch fuel before that happens, but I don't know if that's going to occur. I don't know how much of any of these areas are like optional versus progress. I'm trying to like make sure I get everything. Scraps, okay. Flyers. I feel like the anomalies here, like this is going to be progress probably. I hope that's the case, so that we can go do this other building or buildings. I think after we do this, though, that all these enemies are probably going to stand up. Don't believe their lies. The sound when you pick stuff up is so familiar. Oh, I'll have to pay attention to it again. See if I can find something. It's a key. Store owner's note. Closed until further notice. For last call deliveries, contact me at Block 34, Apartment 29. So we need to find that store owner's apartment, probably, to get the key. Fuck. Fuck you. I still need a freaking bolt cutter. I need a workstation to sell shit at. I'm running out of room for everything. So that pickup noise, you know, it kind of reminds me of the little, you know, the little like Final Fantasy noise when you would like confirm like a save or load something, like in some of the menu options of like Final Fantasy 9 maybe. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Anarchy. Military order service reminds, keep your eyes open. Anarchists are sabotaging our brave people's republic in this time of unrest. If you witness any of the following unlawful acts: vandalism against republic property, promotion of anti-republic slogans, playing aggressive music, general degeneration, report them directly to your nearest military order station. You will be rewarded for any report leading to an arrest, and the perpetrator will be severely punished. That's probably what it is. It might be. I don't know. You could be thinking of something else as well. Have to try to backtrack for bolt cuttery shit as well. We're just leaving stuff on the floor here now because I don't have inventory space. We can use a heal and pick that up, I guess. I don't usually like wasting the heals, but... Wait, which one did that use? Okay, I gotta use the small. Torch fuel anyway, so... And I want to burn some bodies, but I'm trying to hold off as well. I still don't know if any corpses will get back up, or if it's only just that they can be absorbed by other enemies. Framey out here for some reason. Oh, looks like we have a thing to burn here too. Time is up. Guess the worst crime of all, playing aggressive music.
Not enough resources.
Let's make these. Maybe I should have held off until we had inventory space freed up. Like sheep to slaughter. Let something drop down in front of me for a second there. It's just the way the camera had like the gun remanifesting. That's an enemy. Okay. Do I want to drop here? I don't want to accidentally cut myself off from doing something. Hold on. Oh, the sound actually cut out a little bit there. Yeah, it's still a little framey here in certain spots, which, you know, I apologize for. Like I said, after the After the stream, I will probably try to see what I can change, if I can make certain things a little smoother. But I've already flip-flopped between a few different settings options that's kind of had it run smoother outside, but then not inside areas, and then vice versa. Just seems like the game could be slightly better optimized for PC still. Yeah, it's really not too much of a problem most of the time. I just want to see if I can maybe dial it in any further. Obviously, any amount of like micro stutters or general background framiness we can avoid would be nice to not have to deal with. I don't know if that's explosive or not. It's not red like the other canisters, but let's find out. Never mind. Okay, so it's a fuel canister. So not explosive, but it sets stuff on fire around it, so that's good to know, because we can still burn things. I don't know if that prevented that one from actually absorbing the other one, or if because he had already started it still counted. So he might have gotten stronger, I don't really know for sure. Something want to pop out of there, maybe? Comic book number 2, Agent Cutter, A Soldier's Life. We could push that back, but I'm assuming there's not a reason to. At least I think so. That door doesn't look like one that could be opened. I thought maybe it could be broken open, but I guess we just had to go around the way we did anyway before we could mess with this anomaly. Because we had to get it from that side, by the looks of it. Alright, so the apartment's gonna be here, which means the landlord's key, possibly, but maybe we can find the bolt cutters? Alright. Remain in your flats. Citizens of New Dawn District, do not leave your house, do not evacuate unless instructed. The quarantine is still in effect. Await further instructions. Stay calm, stay safe, stay strong.
Target resided in flat number 48. Moving up.
I don't remember. Hold on. Don't we have like a files? Apartment 29. Which doesn't even say on the list there, but I'm sure it'll just be one of the handful of apartments we can actually enter. Quiet hours. Quiet hours are not only a privilege, but also an obligation of every building resident. They must be respected, and this, in turn, means that after 10 p.m. you are forbidden to use the power tools or listen to music, or whatever you call music. Yes, I mean you, Vinyuski. Wait, Vinevsky? I forget. Either you start respecting your neighbors or you will face my wrath. Your superintendent, Giannick Lewis. Okay, good. I was hoping for a workstation. Shit. I need the bolt cutters real bad, bro.
I have located an elevator. It is locked.
Sorry, let me catch up on chat. Don't get me wrong, I like teaching. It's just that, especially at the beginning of the semester, you have a lot of entitled people or people trying to test out how far they can go. So first 2 or so weeks always suck. I get you. Yeah, I'm sure. Like I have done quote unquote teaching before, but in an office setting, you know, with coworkers. I used to make my own like sort of course materials to teach people how to use various things, programs, that we would use for the office, as well as stuff that we made in office. But that's very different than teaching like a class full of students in a school setting. We still don't have any cores. What are the hammer upgrades like? So still money for that. I think the charge speed on the hammer is probably going to be worth that. It's a 10% increase, which is probably worth it. Obviously, the firepower upgrade, the clip size definitely would be worth it. But I think first off, go charge speed. Kind of want to keep saving for the other upgrade of this, although with it being red, I don't know if that means we can get it. I think we can. It's just red because we don't have enough money. Like the bar thingy is red. And then all the ones that are like circled out are just the ones that we can't get yet because we have to get the previous levels first. Charge speed on this would also be worth doing, I think, even though it kind of sucks it's only 8% instead of 10, but I still don't know if I should just save up for another firepower upgrade first or not. Less time, or less shots total, I feel is a little bit better than a slight increase to charge speed. This is going to be very worth getting, I think. The 2 slots for the fabricated amount and inventory slot limit means they can stack up to 2, I think, instead of just 1. Sell some shit too. I probably maybe could have, instead of getting that shotgun upgrade, I maybe could have just gotten a firepower upgrade already. Because how much was it? It was like 800. So that would put me at like 36, and then I could have maybe just sold something like a medium heal for that. So we have an extra one in storage. Debating whether or not to just go ahead and do that or something. This ammo is good. Oh, there's another core. It seems like, fuck's sake, I did it again. I don't know why I so much want to... it's because of Resident Evil, I think. But my muscle memory for the inventory is to press triangle to open the inventory. I don't really want to change it. I want to just get used to it, but I keep accidentally doing that. Well, so much for selling our stashed heal. I'm just going to take it out now. I think I might just stash the other core because I need 2 to upgrade the flamethrower. And I feel like that's going to be a valuable upgrade, more so than the suit integrity and other stuff. Let's just stash it for now. Just get it later. I really gotta stop making that mistake. More games need to embrace the whole, like, oh, your health is full thing, so it doesn't waste your heal. I get not necessarily doing that for a survival horror, like, you know, just allowing you to receive the punishment instead, but, you know, it's just so easy to accidentally, like, press something like triangle, because a lot of games these days use triangle as the inventory button or something like that. I started to become a middle school teacher at one point, realized I'm not cut out for it. It's a tough job being a teacher. Like, you really have to have a kind of specific sort of aptitude for it, I think, you know, it's more than just being, like, sociable, you know? Like, because there's all sorts of people who become teachers who frankly shouldn't. Like, not to be generally mean sounding, but there's a lot of people who just, in my opinion, are not very good at teaching. And it requires a lot of patience, I think. You know, and it's always going to be, like, different depending on the environment of, like, what level of teaching you're doing in terms of, like, school. Whether that's college or elementary, middle school, high school. Okay. I assumed those would explode. I just kind of didn't want to waste my ammo on it. It looks like I can kind of get close and then back away to avoid getting exploded on. What if? Sometimes I wonder how my life would have turned out if I had left New Dawn. I know it's impossible. Who would take care of Mom? But I sometimes imagine myself living in the West or anywhere. Gabriel and Veronica were so lucky. I heard W moved to Moscow, but she's some kind of scientific big shot now. And me, well, to think that from our old bunch, I only have Edward left. I have to stop thinking about this or I'll start crying again. But yeah, like, just in the times that that I've done schooling of any kind, that doesn't translate for me. You know, I've experienced, like, both sides really, and as well as just, you know, teachers that I've felt kind of indifferent towards, you know, who do like a decent job or whatever. But I've experienced some who just seem to really not have any real patience for the students, or and again, I can understand, you know, how that can come to be. Don't get me wrong. I don't think, especially if you're dealing with, like, kids or something, that it's always going to be easy to deal with. It doesn't seem good. But yeah, like, there'd be times when, you know, we'd have teachers that just always seemed to, like, kind of want to be an asshole for no reason. Like, even when you were trying your best. And I feel like, especially with kids, you really definitely need more patience for them as individuals, because they're all going to learn at different rates, and some of them need a little bit more guidance than others. It doesn't mean you have to put up with a bunch of bullshit either, you know, but there's just different approaches that should be kind of taken into consideration, I think. And it just seems to me that, like, certain people just don't really have the aptitude for it. Or rather, maybe the personality for it, I don't know. Got a bachelor's in psychology instead. Yeah. We did have internships in different schools, and I did all right at teaching, as far as I know. I was well liked by the students. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly nice, you know, when you have that kind of experience with it, at least. But yeah, no, I get you. It can definitely be draining, for sure. People not being cut out for teaching is actually the worst at university level around here, since you can't really get a job that is only in research. You will always have to teach, or always also have to teach. A lot of my colleagues really would like to spend no time teaching and all the time working more on interesting stuff. That makes sense. And I get where they're coming from. Like, some of the teaching really sucks away your time and could spend working on other stuff. Yeah, like if you're, you know, a scientist, you know, some sort of like professor of, or what have you, and you're kind of, in order to have the position you have, you kind of have to teach, maybe. You know, you will shoot. But like, obviously, if your background, like as a researcher or what have you, or just, you know, that's what you've wanted to do in general. I'll say that would cost him to blow up too. I was kind of hoping for that, but I didn't actually expect it to work. Random ass, I don't know, ashtray floating? I don't know what that is. Just stuff floating. But yeah, regardless really of what level you're teaching at, I think it can be kind of difficult. Like, there's probably some levels with like particularly young children that's likely going to be a bit easier, right? Because you can kind of just be like, well, you know, I'm teaching very simple stuff, and yes, you have to have patience, but it's more about kind of the child minding aspect of it at that point, and less, you know, about like having to get across like particularly complex subjects to your students. It's more just easy stuff. But yeah, like, obviously at that upper level, if if you really just kind of want to be a scientific researcher, but you're kind of forced to teach as well in order to justify your position and salary and stuff, it definitely kind of sucks when you'd rather just be researching. All right, a stranger friend. Everybody seems to avoid him now, but I'm sure the old Edward is still in there. The shy, kind, happy Edward I used to know. We had a good talk about the old days. He even smiled for a moment until the thoughts overtook him again. I don't think he knows how insane he sounds. Maybe if I keep checking up on him, I can help him. Maybe I can stop him from hurting someone? May have to use... Oh no, there's more. I was liking that they were giving us the fuel canisters here so that you don't have to have a torch. I mean, it seems necessary because this is mandatory progression, so... Kind of juked that shot there. Alright, I'm going to hold off on healing for a bit this time because I think we only have the medium. Let's say on it. I thought it said 28. We're looking for 29 for the key. Okay, yeah, just use that one. Nice. Let me a little chain reaction. Why did the door close? He did get up. It happened, finally. Their energy bank to sell, okay. What can we craft? We could make shotgun ammo. Oh, we're apparently full up on it, though, I think that's why it's green. I can't make... Wait. Oh, that's the heal thingy. Shoot. I don't think I can use it. I wish I could, because I prefer to save the medium and not use, or, you know, just use the small, but I don't have space. And I can't just drop stuff on the ground. I have to delete it. I guess I'll just use this one. Prefer, since I have damage, to not just leave health sitting on the ground to not come back to, but if I had known that was there, I would have waited to pick up the energy bank. Something to consider in the future, I suppose. Just make sure that, you know, there's, before you pick up certain things that you know are going to fill up space in your inventory, to not necessarily pick up other things. Pick up those things until you've possibly picked up other items that you need. Business is blooming. See, you were afraid that your dad would go out of business because of this whole epidemic. You said that people don't do renovations in the face of disasters, and yet everyone needs tools, if only to board up windows and doors. Call the wholesaler and order more nails, hammers, and bolt cutters, and such will also come in handy. If some customers need to barricade themselves in somewhere, there will probably be some who will try to get inside. See, wire cutters. That's a mouth. I don't know if I want to step there. I wouldn't put it past this game to actually have the floor try to bite me. What are we up to? 3475. We're not far from getting that other pistol firepower upgrade if we want it. I don't know how careful we really need to be around those things, but I'd rather just be cautious. I need to pick that up, but I don't have space. Okay, I'm gonna have to ditch something. It's probably gonna have to be the torch fuel. Yeah, because I'm not getting rid of ammo, that's for sure. I don't know if there's something I could use the fuel on realistically that would be good. I think we're just gonna have to ditch it, unfortunately. That blows. Honestly, maybe I'm gonna get rid of the heal, actually. Yes, just that. Thank you. We have the stuff on us to make another, and the torch is actually more valuable, I think. Come hither. Can you come through the wall? I'd prefer if you didn't. Well, I really would have preferred to hit, oops, more than one of you with that, but... See, and now I would love to be able to pick my heal back up, but I can't. And again, not to say that it has to be this way or anything, but it's just another thing about video games. I would prefer if more games embraced the option for you to drop items on the ground. I realize that that is like if you're going to have a limited inventory system. Now, mind you, that is just kind of part of the design of the game, is to have limited inventory. Okay. What's in here again? It's part of the game, part of the overall design.
Destroyed by the anomaly. The elevator downstairs must be the only way up.
But yeah, when you do have such a like limited inventory space and it like fills up super fast, it would just be kind of nice to be able to actually like set stuff down from time to time and not necessarily have to just like ditch useful items just because you're playing well, you know, or whatever. Because you don't necessarily want to have to backtrack all the time just to go pick up items that you left sitting around. Okay, who is angry? Ow, okay, well, I don't know if I could have avoided taking that damage, but...
The funeral's tomorrow. After that, I don't know. I guess I'll take that scholarship David was talking me into taking, and that will be it. Goodbye, New Dawn. I'm off to become an accomplished scientist. Yay. Maybe that's for the better. I mean, maybe that way I can finally help someone. I've never been good at dealing with patients directly, and with anyone, for that matter. Maybe saving lives from my little lab in the hospital is my true destiny. Nobody knows. I don't know if we'll see each other again. Probably not, but if somehow you're listening to this, oh, so stupid.
If I can make my way back to the save room, that would be good. I feel like the quality when I was up in that room like suddenly took a little bit of a hit. Like some of the distant stuff started looking very pixelated. And even some of the stuff in the room looked a little pixelated. I'm not sure what happened there. It was like having trouble rendering for a minute there. Alright, we don't have the bolt cutters, but we have the key to that store now, which I thought would be an optional thing, but I guess it's just a thing we needed. Another thing we needed. Profit. Alright, let's upgrade that handgun one more time. Nice. Should I get charge speed? I don't know. Yeah, let's just do it. So I don't have another core still yet, but as soon as we get another one, I will, I guess, upgrade the torch thing for the carry amount, stack amount, and fabrication amount. I would obviously like to also upgrade my inventory again to 8. That also will cost 2 cores. But it's just kind of a pain in general right now to manage the inventory space. I'm going to take this. I'm going to go out without healing because we're going to save anyway. I don't have a key for this yet either. I want to oh, I tell you what, we can stash surplus shotgun, I think, rather than specifically just switch to the shotgun right now. We might need it as soon as we go outside, because I did see there was that big fucking pack of enemies that were all just laying there, and there's no way they're all just going to continue to lay there. But we'll go with what we have now. If it doesn't work out well, then we'll reload and just bring all the shotgun ammo with us or something. But I do want to be able to have, like, space for a heal. I felt a little bit of a difference with the charge time there, even though it was only an 8% increase. Yeah, there's all these like bodies out here that are going to be potentially dangerous. So the key to the shop, would it be easier if, no, because I would have to, I don't know if we can climb. Hold on. Probably not. Nope. Wait, did I check in here? I think I did. Oh, sorry. I missed. It's not just professors, also, if you want to get your doctor title, you will have to also help out in teaching aspects, like coming up with course material and stuff. Basically, what I'm doing, just that I'm a research assistant and not sure if I want to get a doctor yet. Well, as long as you're able to, like, keep the option open, I think that's nice, at least. Why that didn't kind of blow up there, but yeah, we don't have a lot in the way of guns here. Oh, he's getting stronger. Backtracking for shotgun, possibly. Only got a few shots here of this. Oh, you're gonna spit? Oh, I don't like that. Okay, well that's nice. They both dropped shotgun ammo conveniently. I'm just trying to go to the store, damn it. Alright, well the key will stop taking up space, so that's good. I'd really like some more, yes. Well, shotgun ammo as well, but most particularly handgun ammo, since we're completely out. Nice hat. Just checking. Shoddy shells. Chemicals. Oh, there's a big guy. Okay, I held the button there. I don't know why it instantly shot. Well, that was cool. Definitely gonna need a lot more ammo now. Look at him go! Here we are. Bolty cutties. A tool used for cutting bolts, chains, padlocks, rebar, and wire mesh.
Achieved.
Still don't have enough. It's still going. I still don't have enough chemicals to make more ammo. So that's open. Was there not? I think there was another padlock door in here, though. Or somewhere. Here? Yeah, right here. Sick. Do I have enough? I do. Let's just make one of these. Probably should have made a torch fuel, but we can backtrack to the save point and just pick one up. I feel like generally speaking, we're probably better off not crafting torch fuel, since we can get it for free at all the various checkpoints. At least so far we can. I don't think there was anything else padlocked here, but further back in the game there was. Was there anything padlocked in the apartment? I might have to go check because I'm not sure now if there was. I feel like there was a door in there that was padlocked. Just not sure if that's progress or not, because it might be. I mean, the elevator is padlocked, that much for sure, so the elevator must be progress. Yeah, I don't want to buy ammo or anything, so we're just going to go with what we've got, but I'm debating whether or not to pick up the extra shotgun shells. We still are looking for whatever key opens this, too. Maybe I should just take like a couple. Do that as a compromise. I want to keep an inventory slot open if I can. Because we still don't have a heal on us, so just trying to keep it open for picking stuff up in general, but you know, if we need to craft a heal, well, we can't right now because we're out of resources, but hopefully we'll be able to soon. Or we'll find one. I'll check the rest of the apartment when we go back. I want to look around elsewhere first to see if there's anything else to open with bolt cutters, because I know that there were other things in the past. I just don't know if it's stuff we can backtrack to right now. or if it'll be stuff that we have to get back to later after we, like, maybe loop around. Because there was the giant gate that I think we got maybe, like, the anchor key or whatever for. You gonna get up? How about you? So we've been in there. That was the whole store. Fought our first biggin. I feel like there was another outside area that was like padlocked because I remember like hearing a cat or something. At least I thought I did. Further back this way. Yeah, here. I did hear a cat. Okay. Also, that's a bit of a suspicious body-shaped stain on the wall.
Hello, cat.
Hello, cat. Oh, they're named Mila. Hold on. Open the database.
Edges are calling.
Oh, so okay. So the cat gave me the key. So I guess the cats are kind of like the collectibles, maybe, in this game. Barovka. No, Barovka, probably. Mila. It's a very, like, Chernobyl-esque sort of thing there. Okay, well, I suppose that key will open the door at the save station, but I feel like we should... Well, I don't think we're backtracking any further this way. But there were definitely other padlocked doors before we got here, so again, hopefully we can get back to all that stuff, and that it's not just like a New Game Plus specific thing or something. Yeah, how nice of the kitty, yeah. Very kind of them to just, you know, drop items for me. Inexplicably. Since we can't really backtrack any further, I think that's all we can really do out here. So I will check the rest of the apartment complex just to make sure there's no other padlocked doors before we take the elevator, but I'll just open this first. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I wonder if these Traveler's Seal keys can be used on any door, but this one does say found in this sector. Well, there's our other core, so we can first and then grab that. Alright, flamethrower unit. We'll do inventory space upgrade again next time. Hopefully that's a decent enough compromise. Put a couple of shotgun shells away so we don't have a completely full stack. Let's grab another torch fuel. Okay, hold on. I guess maybe... Okay, it only gives you one for free, even after the upgrade, so... The fabrication amount does not apply to those fabricators, only the amount that you fabricate. But that's still good. there's definitely occasions where I will want to craft one just to get rid of some scrap and pick up other stuff. Alright, so before we check that, let's go this way. Make sure there weren't any other padlocked doors. I don't know that there were, but we'll just have a quick look. Kitties and doggos and piggies drag home legendary items for you in Fallout 76. The ones that are camp pets, that is. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this room that, like, seems to mess with the rendering quality, especially in the distance. But it's not as bad elsewhere. It's like that room specifically has struggles. Well, yeah, maybe there weren't any other padlock doors. I kind of feel like there were not now, but just wanted to be sure before I just bolted right through the elevator door. I don't believe there was any in there, so. Alright, to the elevator then. Hope it's not as broken as the stairs.
Procedure successful.
I guess we shall see.
Shell compromised. I have encountered an unprecedented orphan. It was in a state of suppressed recomposition. It may have something to do with the strong time oddity influence. I am retreating to the hub. If I fail, I shall try to terminate functioning in a place that is easy to reach. Fire. It was
Telling me about a boss fight.
vulnerable to fire. Such is our calling.
I don't know if it'll happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they put like late in the game they put like a flamethrower weapon or something in the game. So that you have your torch option still, but like, you know, eventually you'll have to run up against like some bigger hordes of enemies and you just need like, you know, straight up fire to fight. Bonk. Oh, nice. Wasn't sure how the physics would actually work because we haven't really actually come like to like body level with any of these floating things. I think that's running into an invisible wall. It's interesting how this kind of stuff works now, you know, with the way like all these engines are built to work, unless you like you're building your own game engine, which is a lot because, you know, a lot of it comes down to the physics. Because there's a lot of math involved in the code. But it's been interesting, like, getting into some of that stuff as well, again, you know, in my journey back into Unity and whatnot, like, just seeing how some of that stuff being integrated, you still have to learn a bunch about how to operate with it. And, you know, like, if you want something to work like it's just floating around in 0G, it's not as hard to do as you might think. But it can kind of mess with the game a little bit if you're trying to do a lot of that sort of stuff, because, you know, things like that can be a little bit hard on just the computation of it all. So you have to kind of like question, you know, whenever you're trying to get into like physics of a game, if you want your game to include much in the way of physics or not, you know, like how exactly it's going to work, you know, how in depth you want it to feel. See, anomaly. But, you know, all that will come down to a number of things. Because, like, you know, if you make a game where you, like, have guns that shoot, you can have those things follow different projectile, you know, operations, right? Like, if you want it to be, like, a hit scan weapon, or if you want it to actually fly like a projectile, then you'll have to, like, put some physics into it, kind of, but not really a lot. It's more like, you know, putting in a velocity, maybe a trajectory of some sort, you know, when you're telling the bullet to actually die as an object, so you're not just creating an infinite amount of them, you know, what it does on impact or what it does when it dies. But, of course, you could have ones that follow, like, different physics, so that if you're, like, lobbing a grenade, for example, you don't want it to necessarily have a parabolic arc or whatever. Maybe you want it to have that because of the way that it's thrown via physics, but you want it to actually bounce around and come into contact with things, and it just has a lot more involvement then. A man who changed. Something has crawled into Edvard's brain. It's the only explanation for his insane theories. At first I thought he was joking, but he really seems to believe them. I don't know if I should be scared or worried, but he is seriously starting to creep me out. I told him to stop, but it only seemed to make it worse. He hardly seems like the Edvard I knew. Maybe this place is getting to him, too. I'm afraid he'll do something dangerous soon. So I'm going to guess that the thing we keep seeing, like, these, like, momentary sightings of is probably what remains of Edvard. Or possibly A, I don't know. And it's also the... It's a doll with like half of its head missing. I was like trying to discern what the fuck was up with its face. It's probably the one that the former traveler was talking about in terms of the one that was, you know, that killed him and is weak to fire. Maybe. Because it seems like we're gearing up to fight a boss here at some point. Checkpoint? Maybe. I don't know if I should go that way first or not. Ow! I don't know if I should be shooting him at all. Ow. Couldn't really do a lot about that. becoming a problem because I don't really have resources at this point. How am I gonna fight you? I need ammo or something. Oh, there's some. Little side table came in at the last second to try to fuck up my day. It was like obscuring my vision. I was like trying to aim. I was like, I can't see the thing's face. Alright. That came down to the wire a little bit there, because there were resources I missed picking up, but like that little like ground projectile that it sends at you is kind of hard to avoid if you don't keep running, so... In fact, the one and only time it hit me, I was running, so... but yeah, thankfully we had, like, just enough stuff in here to actually kill him. Also, I got a puppy dropped off in the middle of the fight, so that's why I stopped talking, like, partway through. Cisco says hello. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, backtrack or not. I'd really love some loot. But we have some ammo, we have a heal that I haven't used, which I can, but... Make anything else right now. I can read this. Terrible things. Things got dangerous. He came to me yesterday all shaken and angry. He talked about terrible things he said they would have to happen, but that there is no turning back. I'm afraid of him, but I'm also afraid for him. Doesn't he understand that he needs help? I would think that he is obsessed with me, but no, he keeps saying that they will come for him. Who? What has he done? I feel sorry for him. Am I being stupid? Is he manipulating me? Am I in danger? I tell myself to stay away from him, but he's the only friend I have left, the only friend I deserve. He told me we need to go, but if he comes today, I won't open the door. I won't. I can't. Okay. Well, I didn't kind of like walk that other way. I don't know if I could have, though. I might have missed something over there, possibly. There might have been some loot there. I don't think it would have let me go any further this way because it would have been blocked off to before it lets you get close to the anomaly from here. Find the right position with left stick in order to make the time rift start emitting the largest amount of light. Continue to hold in that position until the rift opens. Traveling through time. Well, I assume we'll still be able to get back to that other area from the beginning, again, unless it's a New Game Plus thing.
Temporal destination reached. Proceeding with the search for the target, Edward Vishnievsky.
the coordinates. What's that? Whatever. Assuming we're still fully post-apocalyptic here, maybe just a little earlier. Well, to hell. The rumor has it that the Soviets had made a disturbing discovery in recent months. A controversial project led by an individual named Mr. Azakov in the attempt to drill the deepest borehole in history has faced a fatal accident. When the drill reached just over 14 kilometers, it suddenly stopped and started to melt, leading an explosion killing most of the crew. Although the communist authorities try to deny the occurrence of such disaster, the few surviving scientists are very vocal about it. They also mention hearing unbearable tormented screams coming from the depth. Could they really have dug the well to hell? Maybe.
It's all music tapes. Worthless.
Herb? You want some herb? It's not a Capcom game, but... ...1954 news clipping. Unexplained murder in one of the New Dawn's blocks. After his wife reported her husband missing a few days earlier, the body of Joseph K. was found in the basement of his own apartment building. At first, it was thought that he had died of natural causes, but strange marks around the head of the deceased allow speculation of murder. The man's body was discovered by two children. Unfortunately, due to their young age, the police were unable to gather statements that would help the case. The two were entrusted to the care of a psychologist. Open your eyes. Independent Bulletin Revolt. Volt. More and more people disappear from the streets every day. They will try to tell you it's some mysterious disease, an unknown sickness, but we know the truth. We know what they did. Open your eyes. Under no circumstances should you go to the hospital or to those kill camps, or as they call it, temporal medical facilities. Not temporal, temporary. Do not take any injections nor medicine provided by the government. Do not let them fool you.
I need more data about the target's whereabouts. I should find something in his apartment.
666. Blood and snow. Disappearance in the mountains. A group of hikers have been declared missing after an unsettling discovery in Tatra Mountains. Last Friday, a young couple from Krakow stumbled upon an abandoned campsite near Zimna Cave. They noticed devastated tents had been cut from the inside. Am I hearing a dog? I think I am. They also found some clothes scattered around the site, and what's most disturbing, traces of blood on the snow. After they notified the authorities, the site and the hiking trail were taken out of use. The search is underway. Clues here. 666. These like handprints and stuff in here, but I don't know if they mean anything. I just saw that there was like numbers circled and stuff, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to like remember any of that. Probably not. Angela's birthday party. Okay. Wonder if that was A. A well-deserved end. The world does deserve what is happening. What hideous, brainless clowns we are. All anyone thinks about is how to eat, fuck, and make money. We don't deserve to live. I don't feel sorry for those who run away from the truth. Let them die, all of them. Humanity had its chance and lost it. We became shit, and the role of shit is to be fertilizer for new life, and that's fine. It's time to flush the shitter of history. Time has come. Today, I again met this drunken moron from the apartment above me. When I see him, my head immediately starts to hurt. He threatened me and thought I was afraid of him. I just wanted to throw up, that's all. At one point, I thought I was going to blow his head off. Smack. He said he knew what I was up to, but in truth, he didn't know shit. They all don't know shit. None of them wanted to listen, and now it's too late. Their time has come. Safe. You did it. I knew you would figure out the code. If you're reading this, I've probably disappeared for unexplainable circumstances. Don't look for me, but there is still hope for you. In these plans, I included all the information for survival. First of all, you need to go to the shelter. I have been preparing that place for some time. This is because I know what will happen. That fucking tyrant with the broom doesn't even look there. It's the perfect place.
Gathered enough data. The shelter. The girl. These are worth looking into.
Strange note. Somebody knocking would come to observe. Dates. New beginning. Everything is progressing exactly as I predicted. I have to act fast. I'm putting the final touches and preparing for when this whole fucking whorehouse goes up in flames. These fucking hypocrites will regret not joining me when there still is time. Their existence is worthless, makes me sick. She is the only thing I care about. It is for her that I do all the backbreaking. When she joins me, she'll appreciate it. We will start it. Hold on, I will answer the door in a moment. As soon as I look out here. See anything though. I guess this is... So it's like while the pandemic and apocalypse is starting, but not necessarily before everything kind of went completely to shit. And started having weird creatures. Hello?
Something's wrong.
Missing woman. So Angela's missing. Nice. Not nice that she's missing, but... Disease. Okay.
I know you're there. I can still hear your steps. Give her back. Give me back my little angel, Edward.
You called for Edvard. I am here to find him.
Finally. They've sent someone for this filthy freak. I'm sure he took her. Yes, that little stinky fuck. He took my daughter. Oh, do you know anything about my poor baby? About my poor...
I guess maybe this is the thing we fought? It was Wanda, maybe?
Focus your attention. Why would Edvard take your daughter?
That no good bastard. He used to harass us all with all kinds of gibberish. He talked about experiments, about the end, about death. God knows what he meant. Maybe he's holding her somewhere, doing God knows what to my girl. Lord have mercy. Will you help me? Will you bring her back to me? I'm so worried about her.
Don't be. You will be reunited.
Maybe not, because if you were the boss from later, I'm pretty sure I killed you, but...
And lock the door.
I only say that it might be her because there's the whole disease thing on the outside for one, but two, during the boss fight, the boss itself uttered like "my sweet baby" or something like that.
Incidental contact has been made. The woman was blind.
But yeah, you're saying
One of the symptoms.
I wonder if there are voices, if they're there or just voices echoing of things that happened here once. I think that's all possible. You know, it's entirely possible all of this is just in this character's head. because like we had like the cats and everything, which are obviously very weird. I don't know if that's just looping or if we really need to pay attention to anything else potentially happening with that, but let's move on. I do like how the flashlight just like swivels around like this next to you. It's cool. Also makes it like possible for you to like look behind you with the flashlight. That's a cool option for keeping your character rotation fixed so that your camera can spin around. Get rid of it. Last warning. The fact that the apartment is empty doesn't mean it can be used as a smuggling hole. A moonshine den is one thing, but a hidey hole for all this American hi-fi junk is not something I will tolerate. Get rid of it. You will have time till Christmas. P.S. This shit looks expensive, so don't test me. Ho ho ho. You're a superintendent. Okay. Oh. Kitty, wait.
Paving the path has begun.
Nice.
I established an outpost for future travelers. Its location is easy to discover, but by my reckoning, the dive took me to a moment shortly before the end of Phase 3 humanity. The area is about to become deserted, perfect to continue paving the path. I intend to create more structures in the area. They will become safe havens for the next ones. Such is our calling.
You know, like, obviously we're dealing with some time travel stuff, and it seems kind of like we're going back in time and using, like, rifts and stuff to kind of, like, go figure out maybe what happened to Earth, rather than it specifically being an answer we already had, or a question we already have answered. Oh, that next firepower upgrade is really expensive for the pistol. I kind of want to upgrade the charge speed of the shotgun one more time. Craft anything. But yeah, as far as like to what I was saying, it's probably fine. Oh, actually, just go with this though. Load. Two extra. Okay. Pop a save. You know, so as to whether or not any of this is all like real, or, you know, and there's time traveling shit, or if it's all in her head and it's more like symbolic of some other thing. I don't really mind that sort of thing, by the way. Like, if it's done correctly, certain like weird, heavily, you know, heavy symbolism, kind of like strange abstract stories can be fun if done like the right way, so that when you get to the point of it was like, oh, it was all a dream, you know, it doesn't feel like you just had the rug pulled out from under you and it's like deeply unsatisfying. It has to kind of feel like it made sense for that to be the case, and not just like at the end it was all fake, you know. But, because, like, I know some people, like, really don't like the it was all a dream ending, but I think to be more specific, it really just depends on how you structure it. Because you can definitely do that sort of storyline or like all of this is taking place within the mind of one individual who is having something happen to them or whatever, or they're in a coma or some shit. I think that's all fine if you put clues in place to let the person, the audience, like come to that conclusion themselves, or so that the whole thing kind of makes sense in the long run, and it's not just like none of it mattered because it was all just a all just a dream. Like, to give you like a kind of different example, and again, I'm not saying this game is that, I'm just saying if that happens to be the case, Little Hope from the Dark Pictures anthology stuff, I feel works pretty well for the most part, but then, spoilers obviously, but when you get to the end and you find out that this is all happening just in the mind of one character, and it's not to say that it doesn't make any sense, but the way it's structured doesn't really feel good when you get to that point, because you're kind of like, oh, all right, well, then it just sort of feels like all the shit that I did up to this point didn't really matter at all. So whether or not you try like hell to get all the characters to survive or not, especially with just how arbitrary, like, certain characters will just die for stupid reasons in that game, it just feels very easy to feel like the ending is just kind of a jip, I don't think it's the worst ever, but when you go with it in that sort of direction to be like, oh, it was all an imagined scenario, none of this was real, just the main character dealing with their trauma or whatever. And again, the part of the problem with that story too is you don't really know the main character because it's just like a guy. You get a little bit of backstory and that's it, but yeah, some other situation where it's just kind of some sort of like existential philosophical thing that it's like happening in the mind of an individual, if done correctly, I think can actually pay off just fine, depending on what it is you do or how it is you go about like structuring the whole thing. So there's definitely going to be, you're not always going to be able to please everyone with it regardless, but point being, I don't know that that's the case here. I'm just saying that obviously there's some things happening that seem a little inexplicable, which could be coming down to either hallucinations the character is having, or this entire thing could be happening inside the character's head, which I would be fine with so long as it feels like it pays off the right way. And again, part of it paying off is just even being able to guess that from the outset so that it doesn't feel like it's just out of left field, like a random decision, and rather something that they had intended to build towards, I think is a good way to do it, at least. Anyway, emergency assembly. When you hear the sirens, remember to stop, stay, and go. Stop your activities, stay calm, go to the exit. Proceed to the nearest emergency assembly shelter. Okay, so our time that we previously came from... Oh, I was thinking it wouldn't actually let me out here, but I'm pretty sure... And what did you do for your district? I'm pretty sure this was closed. Where we came from. So a deflated soccer ball. Working woman is the motherland's pride. Let's get like the tiniest little bit of like Darkwood vibes from what's happening in this too right now. In terms of like well, I mean, obviously, I think they're both Polish. But, there's kind of like a sort of timey-wimey thing happening in Darkwood as well, especially by the end of it. I don't know if otherwise if it's just the fact that they're both kind of, you know, horror stories set with a background in Poland, you know, is the only other thing that really is similar about them. But again, at least I think Darkwood is Polish. You correct me if I'm wrong, but it might be. There's the shelter, which I guess must have just been like completely blocked off in the other time. Kitty cat, wait. I wish to speak with you. Cat's going that way. We'll follow. I'm just checking around first. I don't assume we'd really have much in the way of enemies to fight here unless... Geniac Liz is a huge schmuck. I had thought that it was going to say something more important about the landlord there, but that's... the superintendent, I mean, not the landlord. It's still fun. I don't know if we can go straight into the emergency shelter. We're probably looking for, like, a key item. Let me just check. Although I'm a little wary. I don't want to, like, completely miss something optional. And maybe we'll just keep going this way. If we find a key item before we realize that we needed it, it's fine. Just hope that the shelter isn't somehow an optional place to visit. Don't I have like a... I thought I had like a tutorial or an objective thingy, but not.
Someone was here not long ago.
Both made by Polish devs, okay. Oh, kitty. See, because that's letting us into a building. Cat food? Well, it might have been a cat food can. I don't know. It looks like it's just being used as an ashtray now. I kind of want to go back and just check that freaking door. We're about to be going into a building now, and I have no idea how big it's going to be, and I'm sure the objective is just to go to the shelter, and I hope that what's over there is not fully optional. I'm assuming we have to go to both places, and most likely we have to go over to the building I was just at to get into the shelter, but I'm just curious. Okay, I've got the keys. Do not try to fix the door. It is not broken, for God's sake. It is locked. I locked it. I locked it to keep people out. I can't make this any more clear. If the situation arises that we need to use this place for shelter, come to my office in the basement of block number 33. I will assess the situation, and only then will I provide the keys. Okay. Good.
I have reached the shelter.
Now our objective is updated. So I feel better. I was sure that was going to be the case anyway, but I just didn't want to, like, miss out on some sort of, like, optional step where it's like, oh, I got to the shelter, but no one was here, but here's all this nice loot. But the game so far has been like somewhat linear in that fashion. Like, even though you can kind of wander around, like, they don't seem to be having too much in the way of like fully optional stuff. Like these apartments, even though it's a completely different 3D presentation versus like a top-down, you know, 2D thing, the storage area in this apartment feels like right out of the end of Darkwood. And these apartment buildings in general feel kind of like they're out of Darkwood. There's another one of those. Looked into it a little bit. I don't assume these are breakable. But I guess it would be cool if there was like a secret behind it. But I'm not gonna waste resources checking right now. If I figure it out later, cool. It's not a big deal. That looks like a valuable to sell. I'm gonna use this. Fan heater. A valuable electrical item from the past, although inactive today, it can be exchanged for energy. Who's dropping balls down here? That didn't even really feel like it made sense where it came from. Not that it needed to. Alright, hold on a second. I came from out here, right? Yes. Just making sure I'm not, like, getting my doors mixed up. I'm not sure if that was open before or not. Go that way just yet. I mean, I guess he does kind of look like a schmuck. I don't know, it's just some random guy. I'm not gonna... I shouldn't say that. Could be like a developer's uncle or something for all I know. Disorder 1412. Quarantine my ass. What's the use for it if no one follows the rules? These people think I'm their lackey. Geniac, open up. I'm only going out for a moment. My mother is sick. I have to get some vodka. Don't these people understand the seriousness of the situation? From now on, I am adamant. Starting from 10 o'clock in the evening, the doors of the building are locked, and the only person with the key is me. 1512. I have lost the key. Definitely kind of a douche. 1612. Tension among the residents is rising. It was only a short time ago that the brawl over the old Wozniak woman's condition was quelled. Suddenly a new shitstorm. Residents of the building are complaining that the basement smells so bad they can smell it in their apartments. And how could it not stink? Apparently Novak allows his dog to piss down here because it's a new ice age outside. Well, it's probably not piss after all. Seems like the stench is coming from under number 94, the old Malinowski's basement. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but for God's sake, something must have died in there. I want to get this solved before the smell gets worse, but it looks like he's never home. Ultimatum. I made a new set of keys, including the ones for the shelter. I keep wondering where I lost the previous ones. Maybe that freak stole them. I bet he's up to something bad. He keeps hanging around the basements. From now on, I will carry my keys with me at all times. Alright, the stench has become unbearable. I left Malinowski a note with an ultimatum. If he doesn't clean up his pigsty today, I will take a crowbar and throw all of this rotting stuff in the dumpster. 2012, I'm getting a crowbar. Yoink. I wouldn't mind picking up the heal, but don't really want to ditch anything, so I guess I am going to have to leave that one behind for now. I could just find another save station. I don't really want to backtrack to the earlier one, though. So yeah, maybe we can get it later. I wonder, even though I don't have any evidence pointing to it, if it's real, but the time worlds we travel to is another version of the worlds of the past that are more like a different version of these worlds, that are more like something, a dimension that works like a memory or recording. of the past instead of the actual past, or is the purpose of the time travel to stop everything in the end? I don't know if any of this makes sense at all, though. I don't know. Right now, the thing that I'm kind of expecting, like intuiting, I guess, is that I think we're going through time. Okay, so that's our destination, probably. I think we're going through time, and I think maybe we're trying to figure out why the world is the way it is. I think that's the point of the travelers. Now, I don't know if they are, as you say, kind of like recorded memories, in a sense, if we're actually physically traveling here or not. Because it does seem like in order to go through all this, like, temporal shit, we have to, like, kind of fuck ourselves up a little bit. Oh? I feel like I'm getting gypped a little bit there, and that should have... Why are you not taking any damage? What am I supposed to do to actually hurt you? Fuck me. There we go. I feel like I wasted like a bunch of ammo on that guy. Well, that definitely would have been better to approach from the other direction. I think that got them all. It's felt pretty decent balance so far in terms of like giving me just enough shit to like get through some of these encounters, even if I don't play perfectly. Now that one kind of spiky armored enemy I've probably wasted some ammo on because I don't know exactly how I was meant to fight him efficiently. So it seems the apocalypse is at least, well, I mean the apocalypse had already started, but it would seem as though it's now starting to really kick off because we're starting to see the infected appear in this timeline. Kitty, wait. Wait for me. I am friend. Hello.
I am Traveler ND3576.
Carol. That was the name of one of the people. One of Angela's friends, I think. Oh, nice. Cool. Maybe they all got turned into cats. Who's calling? Yeah, I'd certainly rather be turned into a cat than one of those things, probably, so... Alright. Maybe there's a save station in there? I don't know. I kind of want to backtrack, though, just in case. It's probably not necessary, but... I don't know if we're going to immediately fight something else in there, so I just kind of want to get this fan out of my inventory so I have room for shit and pick up some more ammo and stuff. is like right over here anyway, so not too far out of the way. I guess we'll stash the core because we need 2 for a suit inventory upgrade. Give me all the shoddy shells at this point. And I will take one of these. Oh, inventory space. Alright, I guess get rid of the fan first. 2,000. Anything we want to try to get with that right now? I mean, firepower for the shotgun probably wouldn't hurt. It is a pretty decent sized upgrade, so. And it wouldn't hurt, I suppose, to have more healing, but I don't really like buying it, so I'm gonna hold off. We can always make some. We might even need to soon, because we're looking. We have a decent amount of stuff here. I think what I'm going to do is make handgun ammo right now, though. Grab that. Save it. Nice. Alright. Back we go. The worlds are so empty of people, we hear them talking, but that's basically it, at least so far in this time. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, you know, we don't see people, we see, like, the infected. But again, everyone's also quarantining, and we're not exactly, like, trying to go into their places, per se, so it's hard to say. We did encounter the woman, the old blind woman who talked to us, but we didn't see her either, so... It seemed to suggest the main character might have seen her, or just knew somehow she was blind, based on the conversation. I don't know.
The target must be close.
X you question. Some rusty chains. I wonder if it would have been better to stash the bolt cutters. Probably not. We'll probably run into some chains here somewhere to cut. The music's kind of getting in the way, but I feel like I'm hearing someone humming. I definitely am. Be vigilant. The enemy of socialism may be right next to you. Yeah, it is Silent Night. Person? Oh, it's her, Angela.
Edward, did you get the... Ah! Stay away! Stay away from me!
Compose yourself.
Please, please don't hurt me.
Yo. Sammy, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Sammy, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How was, oh, more God of War today. Nice. Hell yeah. How was, Dad of Boy? I hope the backseating wasn't too bad. From the game, not chat. I know chat's pretty good about that. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Tribe, Moon, hello, hello. Aminter. Mediocre Harry, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. I hope you all are having a good day. We are not super far into Cronos yet. I've been playing for, what, 3 hours? How long has it been? Oh, 4. Okay. So yeah, about 4 hours in, we just traveled backwards in time, I guess. We're coming up with theories on what's going on and everything, but yeah, it's been interesting so far. We just now ran into, I guess her name is Angela, so we're about to talk to her, but yeah, the game's been pretty cool so far. I'm playing it on the I guess normal difficulty because you can't play like on hard to begin with, but it's got a decent difficulty, a decent amount of difficulty even on normal, I would say. Like, I feel like it gives you like just enough resources to get through like each encounter without like giving you too much of an abundance or too little. Not that there aren't occasions where I'm kind of like scrambling for something, but it doesn't seem bad. But I like it. It's got a pretty tight balance to that. The voice eating was pretty bad. We're starting to think the reduced hints button is bugged or a placebo. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a placebo, honestly. With how bad they made the second game with all the character backseating, I like that's the one that really needs it. The first one is bad too, but the sequel is just whew. Yeah, I don't know. I would think that as much as it like really needs it, I don't know how they would retroactively implement that easily. I'm sure it could be done, but it just seems to me like for reduced hints in a game like that, they probably are just kind of changing the timer for how long it takes for them to actually say a hint to you, which is good because it used to be damn near instant from what I remember watching. Like you'd approach a puzzle and they just tell you how to solve it immediately. Like it would just not take any amount of time. So maybe it gives you like a few seconds now, but it just seems like the reduced hints thing is just kind of like a little bit of a timer to be like, oh yeah, you've decreased it by, this percentage, except it used to be basically like a millisecond. So you've basically increased it by up to like, 2 seconds. Yay. I think it might also just be Mimir. The boy didn't waste a second on some hints. I don't know, because I don't know what they do contextually, if it depends on the character or if it's more like depending on the puzzle, each character will be the one to chime up for, any particular hint that they're going to give you. I have no idea how they structured it. I just know that it was bad. And it wasn't just with the puzzles either. The thing that really turned me off from getting Ragnarok when I started watching someone play it was like they backseat your combat like crazy. Like Sammy, I know I watched you play a little bit of it the other week, and you were annoyed at them telling you to aim for the antlers on the huntress or whatever she's called. And that not only is a backseat of like the puzzle of combat, but it's also just the amount of times when they're just like, use your shield, brother. Oh, I can shoot if you just let me shoot the bow. Like just any amount of stuff where they're constantly telling you like how to fight. And I'm like, just let me figure it out, man. Like I don't need you to constantly backseat. So like, there would be elements of that in the first game, and it used to annoy me a little bit there when I played it, which was only kind of made worse by the fact that I was playing it on Gimme God of War because everything was extra spongy, so all the fights took longer. And I guess in a way, I'm glad I didn't stream that game because I probably would have been more frustrated trying to keep up with everything going on there on top of streaming. But yeah, I don't know. Ragnarok it just felt like they really kind of went off the deep end with our player base is stupid, so let's make sure we constantly remind them of what to do because otherwise they won't, like our players are completely brain dead. We have to constantly instruct them. And yeah, that was just not pleasant at all to see. I think otherwise, like the gameplay looks fun. It just, the backseating is just so, not just immersion breaking, like it just ruins your fun, I think. Thankfully, this game, on the other hand, so far, pretty excellent, I would say. Bloober's been doing pretty good. I really like the setting of this game. The combat is not 100% intuitive in terms of, like, you know, how you should best tackle enemies exactly, but, like, it's not hard to figure out exactly either. The weapons are stylish and everything, and it definitely has, like, a nice balance between, like, the combat and survival horror aspects, you know. And as someone who is currently kind of working a little bit on horror game stuff right now, I, you know, appreciate a tight bit of design for making the combat feel tense. Because that's what I really want to do for the horror game that I'm working on, is I really want something to have combat in it, since I would want it to be a game that I would have fun playing myself, but I still want it to be scary for people at the same time. And I think finding a nice balance where the combat feels like I can do this, the enemies are not so unfair that it's not fun to play, but it should be tense and even maybe a little bit desperate in that sort of sense. Also, hey, Karate, how's it going, dude? But yeah, I feel like I should just give them a controller. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know what it is with, like, Sony, you know, with their, like, developed games. Because the Horizon games are pretty bad about it too, but maybe, I don't think anywhere near as bad as Ragnarok. Like, they're definitely bad, but more like God of War 1 was bad. But, yeah, Red, you were saying I want to play God of War, but I also want to play the OG trilogy first. Honestly, play the OG trilogy. It's good. And, well, I will say this. They are supposed to be remaking the trilogy into a trilogy remake. Like, I think it's going to be one game that has all three games in it. Or it's a collection. I'm not entirely sure, but they announced it as, like, the remake trilogy or trilogy remake, something like that. So if you want, you might be better off waiting until that gets released, because it'll be updated for modern graphics and stuff. I just hope that they don't change the game too much with the remake. Like, sure, you can maybe update a couple of little things mechanically, but the game should be largely the same, because if they change too much, then it'll be kind of annoying for people who played it originally. But those games are really great. They're very hack and slash, and they can also, if you're playing them on the really hard difficulties, can definitely get, like, very tough in the way that, like, the modern God of War stuff does, but in a completely different way. It's usually more like they're just sending a huge pile of enemies at you, rather than just the enemies being incredibly spongy. But because Kratos, with his Chaos Blades and other weapons in the original games, can just, like, beat piles of ass at the same time with huge combos and like big AoEs at the end of those combos and stuff, like, you can really take on, like, giant hordes of enemies just fine if you know what you're doing. You know, I don't recommend playing those games on the hardest difficulty right off the bat. I'm not even sure if you have to unlock them because it's been so long, but the only one I even struggled with was the hardest difficulty on for the very first God of War, and mostly it was the very end boss fight, because there's like a big ad phase that gets really hard on the final difficulty that you can do. I did eventually beat that, but I remember that being really hard to get through. The rest is just, you know what combos to do to unleash the most widespread punishment you can, and you'll be fine generally. It breaks immersion for me a little. Sometimes it sounds like the kid knows we're in a video game, waiting for him to look at the camera and wink. Yeah, that feels fair. For sure. Haven't been able to play them in a long time. Yeah, they're definitely worth it. All right, hold on. Why is my mouse stuck? There we go.
I'm not here to harm you.
Let's continue with this really quick.
What are you? What do you want?
Edward Wisniewski. Where is he?
Wisniewski.
Is he keeping you here?
What? Keeping me here? What are you talking about?
Keep your hands off her, you! I was right all along! I knew you were real!
Edward, are you crazy? Do
No,
something!
listen!
It's the government! It's one of them!
One of them? Not this again. I've had it. Fuck this bullshit!
Angela! Angela, stop! What are you doing?
I should never have come here with you.
No,
Let
Angela!
her go. She can't be saved. She does not matter.
But it's dangerous outside. The disease! Everyone outside is exposed! That's why I brought her here!
It wouldn't change anything. She does not matter.
She matters to me! I wanted to protect her! At least her. To preserve one thing dear to me in this whole wide, fucked up world! Ah! Government sent them, didn't they? This is some kind of experiment, right?
This is Solace.
What are you about to do with that?
What are you doing?
Preserving.
That sucks for you, bro. The story for this ended up being more interesting than I anticipated. I expected a fun sci-fi horror times, and it was that, but way more story-driven than I thought it'd be. Yeah. We're kind of like obviously pretty early in, so you know I have like theories about what's going on and stuff, and or we all have theories, but in a way, this game I was saying before reminds me of Darkwood. I mean, obviously there's like Dead Space vibes and stuff, but it's not just because of the Poland stuff either. Like Darkwood, I think also is taking place in like a sort of fictionalized part of Poland, but Darkwood is a excellent horror game if you've never played it, but very, very different presentation, but it does deal with like some timey-wimey stuff.
Acquired.
In a very kind of like almost sort of post-apocalyptic eldritch horror scenario, but it's all top-down. Very atmospheric though. It's part of the reason why that game is so effective as a horror game. Alright. Distracted essences will affect the traveler. Phylactery, are we a lich? Would you guys stick around, get to a pedicure appointment? Yeah, no worries at all, Sammy. Do all your post-stream stuff, get to your appointments and all that. I hope that you have a good time. Thank you so much again for the raid. Take care. Hopefully I can stream again tomorrow, but yeah, I will hopefully be able to tune in for some more of your streams as well. I hope you're feeling better, by the way. I hope the voice is doing well. I meant to ask. Got caught up in the game stuff. But yeah, I'll see you soon. The target was reclusive and prone to mania, obsessed with a woman named Angela Wozniak. The fixation was most likely attraction-based. The target collected data on the change, and the work of the travelers displayed strong self-destructive behavior. Ascendance pending, nearest terminal location A31, mental condition index. Ascendance. So I guess I wonder if that means he can become a traveler too. Like, have we taken his brain, his memories, perhaps? It says currently there's an effect that we're given from having him, which is to deal more damage against burning enemies. So light him up and shoot him when we have torch fuel to spare. We have the bolt cutters now, so we probably want to just go back down here, but let me just check this area really quick before we do. I don't think there's anything here to cut, though, that we haven't already gotten, and I think over this way is just a drop that we probably can't climb back up from. Oh, okay, it is. I was wondering if they would just block it off anyway, because I'm not sure how you'd get back unless you went through the anomaly rifts all over again to get back here. So we sectioned him up and made him into a perk? Yeah, I guess so. Stole his brains and absorbed his knowledge. And now somehow we're stronger against enemies that are on fire. That's a thing. Up a second. Let me have a look around before I mess with that. Those are the fuel fabricators was introduced. We got everything stuff in here. Oh, what's this? I don't think there's anything here we haven't really messed with already, just possibly something padlocked further down, but I suppose we should just check this. What's that? Oh, literally right there. Yoink. Lots of energy. Other crafting resources. Anything else? It's weird that like the loot pickup pop-ups were a little delayed there.
Angela, what's going on with the steelworks? All that stuff I was rambling about, it started whether you believe it or not.
So I guess maybe these are like memories of his.
I don't think this is a good idea. You're scaring me.
They've begun experimenting on people. This martial law is simply to have to keep everyone in line. People are disappearing, Angela. We're being monitored at all times.
Edward, you sound like you're having an episode. I'm worried about you.
Then stay with me.
I have encountered an unknown anomaly. It's unclear to me of what nature it is. I have no data on it. It seems to resonate with the essence.
Okay, just gonna repeat. Oh, makes everything trippy. Okay. Alright, let's head down this way then. So I guess the question is, will we be able to open the big gate now? I guess there's not really anything I want to get at the moment, but I will save it. Was that the first padlock door that we encountered, or was there one further back? I feel like that was the first one, but I kind of want to just check. Although I don't really want to backtrack a bunch to look. I think that was probably the first one. Can't really think of like other places where there would have been one that we can still backtrack to reach. This is blocked off. Oh wait, no. That's right. There's like a hole here. I'll just quickly check on the other side, but it's probably not going to be anything. It's just so we have a shortcut between these. What the fuck happened? Whoa, lighting glitch. Okay, well I guess I'm not going to go back any further because there's a straight up lighting glitch back that way, so... You know it's bad when the guy with psychosis is right about what's going on. Yeah. For sure. Let's just head back. I don't know what the deal was with the lightning bug there, but I don't really want to invite it getting worse in any possible way. I don't know if they just didn't expect people to go back there or what. I hope it... Okay, good. I was gonna say, I hope we can progress, because if we have to go that way, it might be a problem. Head for the terminal. Completed. Use the terminal to allow the instance to ascend. Elevator, sort of, but... Very the music. Interesting time for the music to just pick up like that. Okay. That's it. I guess they are supposed to be making a Darkwood 2 as I'm thinking about that game still, because I was thinking just now, like, it would be nice to replay Darkwood, but I've played it multiple times. I don't think I would play it again on stream anytime soon unless I was going to, like, do a challenge run or speed run or something of it. Speed runs of that game are weird, though, unless you're doing, like, a glitchless run. Because I don't know what the current record is, but it's, like, minutes. It's very fast, because you just kind of, like, no clip out of the world and end up kind of at the final destination and then the game's over. But I did hear a while back that Acid Wizard and somebody else, because they're partnering up with someone else, I forget who, they're making a sequel, which I hope will be good, because Acid Wizard did a really good job with the first one. So I have no idea how a sequel to it would go and how directly connected they want them to be, but it'll probably be a little bit of a different style, which is fine. You know, I invite them trying different things. I just hope that it can be as good or close to as good as the first one. Evacuation route. Key for these doors. Okay, obviously we need to interact with the big terminal. Just wanted to look at them first. Seems like maybe we're going to be able to go that way, possibly. Come from there. so menacing. Yeah. That it does. Sit in thy throne.
Beginning the ascendance sequence.
Right, it talked about ascendance for him, I guess, so maybe we will be ascending him, or us, or both. And we can maybe learn what that means. Probably go for like a little bit yet. Not super long today, like I said, so I'll probably try to wrap it up around 5 hours when there's a convenient save point for it.
What have you done to me?
Given your significance, your extraction has been ordered. Yes.
Given your significance, your extraction has been ordered.
What is this? You giving me acid or something?
You are to join the collective.
The what? What the hell is happening? What did you do?
A choice has been made. Only joining with the rest can give you the possibility of survival.
Cut the crap. I'm not joining anything.
Your brain got
You know
uploaded,
about the
dog.
outbreak, about the disease.
What do you know about it? What do you know about the change?
You want to squeeze me for how much I know, huh? Well, then you better get yourself a fucking pen, because damn, I know a lot. I know the truth.
Yeah, maybe it'd be useful. Just say that.
The knowledge you have accumulated may be evaluated as useful.
You think? I know what happened in the steelworks. You guys fucked up pretty bad, didn't you? It's all your fault!
What you are saying cannot be true.
Everything started to go to hell right after you showed up there.
Elaborate.
For years, no one believed me that the likes of you exist. They thought I was a schizoid freak, especially ordered. That fool came to me. It only confirmed I'm not crazy. And now, there you go. The curtain's up.
This Arthur. Who is he? Why did he come to you?
Because for an ordinary steelworks worker, Arthur Berica saw his goddamn share of weird.
What did he see?
What's happening?
The ascendance. It is about to commence.
I'm scared.
Something is wrong.
Are we the baddies? I don't know. We might have paradoxically started the apocalypse.
Scared.
Well, it depends on what Edward is really saying. If he's assuming we're someone we're not. he said the likes of you, but he also referred to us as the government before, so... Can I pet you?
Are you glad to see me, cat?
Meow. Wires and spines. If I could know the cold, would I find myself longing for warmth? Or is my longing more hollow, more electric? If I had spines, would I fear to touch? Or is my fear already embedded, written into circuits that hum warnings? Do not grow too near. If I stir emotion, will I grow closer to understanding its essence? Oh, another cat there.
Meow on me.
Don't you meow on me. Seems every game HD plays turns out like this. Well, I guess you could say, you know, I have a type of game that I like to play.
I wish to pet you. May I?
Probably a little bit more varied when I was streaming more regularly, and I do hope to be able to stream not exactly regularly scheduled, but at least a little bit more consistently again here at some point. It seems like it should be interactable, but I can't do anything. Workstation, I don't know if there's anything I need from you right now, buddy. So I find another core in here somewhere. Looks like a person over there. Save the game first. I'll go a little bit longer yet, but not too much, like I said. It's a little early to end. How do these rooms work? They have to be another time zone or something? I don't know. It seems like they come back and they build them or something, but, you know, by creating the path, carving the path, whatever they said, for more travelers to follow. Let's get a robo-hand.
You almost fried there. Good thing I was around. Now, how are you holding up?
Okay, you appear to be another traveler. One also missing an arm, interestingly, but more of the arm.
Suffered any
Still
serious
alive.
damage. I am fit to proceed with my purpose.
Your purpose. I see.
Also missing lower leg, apparently.
Who are you?
I am the Warden. The work of the travelers is eternal. But the tools
Seems
that
like an
serve
older
us
one.
are just crude matter. And so, the collective entrusted some of us with a task to keep
I wonder if this is the one who left that one, like, voice message that we listened to about
Fix things.
leaving messages for himself to kind of stay sane or something like that.
I take care of them. Well, at least I did.
This is NDF077. We're like ND
Something stopped the travelers' awakening.
3576 or something.
Stopped the vocation. It's been an awfully long time since someone tried to use it. And to be brutally honest, I didn't think the collective would send anyone else.
Can you repair it?
Do you want me to?
Yes. Something is blocking the ascendance sequence. The vocation must go on. I need to do my part.
Ah, yes. That's understandable. Have no fear. The essence you collected is secured. It is the terminal that must be restored to its former glory. get it up and running. Somehow. That's why That's what I'm here for. Yes. You just go on.
Yeah, he does kind of seem like he could be an ally.
Purpose. Gather the other essences.
And is for the moment, but he could very well be a boss later. Final boss? Penultimate boss? Who knows? He does have that kind of design about him.
It's one of the last remaining. Better keep it safe.
I sort of want one of these to turn into a melee weapon. I know we can already punch and stomp, but I sort of want like an upgraded punch.
Calculating coordinates for the next extraction target, Artur Barika.
Yeah, we get a nice, you know, Dead Space style curb stomp. It's a little slower, but
The steel works.
My previous target mentioned something about the events at the city's steel plant. And about that man. Is that why he's my new target?
You spoke with him. Spoke with the essence.
Yes?
Remarkable. The ways in which the terminal communicates its will to us are truly surprising. And equally enigmatic.
The target said, "We are the ones who caused it all." Is that true?
We are nothing but an aftermath. But you wish to investigate that matter further, do you?
I do.
Well then, a voyage to the steelworks may indeed deliver answers.
How do I get there?
You won't reach it on foot. It's quite a journey from here. And a dangerous one. I wonder, perhaps the old tram would still be operational. Station A, I think.
Will it work?
Yes, if you manage to restore power to it.
Such is our calling.
Yes, such it is.
Kind of reminds me of that crazy Lifeblood researcher in Silksong when I see him from
I'll be
behind.
here if you
Yeah,
need me.
I can kind of see that. Kind of like that he repurposed like a leather trench coat into like a cape. So I think that's what it's supposed to be. Alright, let's see. Where all can I actually go? This is still closed. I think that was closed before. Oh no, this is where we saved and stuff. Never mind. I guess that door was closed before. This one is still closed. I still can't interact with this, but I would probably need a key item anyway, so. Even just like a charge attack punch would probably be kind of nice to have, although maybe a little awkward to use. All right, we need a key for that door too. So I guess we just head this way. So I'll keep playing. I think when we find our next save point will probably be where I wrap it up for today, and then hopefully I'll be still feeling well enough tomorrow that I can stream again tomorrow, and I don't know how long that'll be either, but I don't really expect to finish this game in like 2 streams. And if we do, I have other stuff to play. I did pick up Pragmata. I do want to play that on stream. Be some other stuff as well. I mean, we'll see how it runs, since I got that on Steam as well. If it doesn't run great, then I might end up just playing that one off stream, but I can probably play some other stuff. A concerned wife's letter. Frantic, stop trying to act brave and leave New Dawn immediately. Don't you read the news? I do. And seeing what's happening on the streets terrifies me. Can't you see how they're about to impose martial law? You're not going to be leaving when that happens. You'll stay there forever like those steelworkers, and stop bullshitting me about how you went there to build socialism. You can build it at fucking home where it's safe. We have socialism at home. Where your children are waiting for you. I beg you, come back.
To me not to talk to weirdos like me. Speaking of, you heard his health has declined lately. I wonder where he caught it, huh? Could be the steelworks, maybe? He promised that the workers would be safe.
Fuck you! Gabriel will be just fine.
We're already full up on inventory again. I don't know if I should... I mean, like, torch fuel feels like it would be best to make this when we have none, because we'll get 2 when we make it. But if I make it now, we might only get... Well, it might still give us 2. I just don't know if it'll just cap out at 1, because we maybe don't have enough space. I don't know how many... they'll stack to now, because they normally default they don't stack at all, so I feel like it would only stack up to 2, which is why I'm hesitant to make that now. But we could in the interim make some shotgun shells to use up some stuff, or just handgun ammo. Maybe we can't do both. We don't have enough chemicals for both. Let's do shotgun, so we're using 2 things, and then try to get more handgun ammo soon. Lockdown order. The city is closed. Do not try to leave the city. Fear itself. Martial law. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. In response to the escalation of virus activity, martial law has been imposed nationwide. This execution decision empowers new law enforcement agencies to prevent tragedies like the incident at the New Dawn steel plant. That was so hard to say. Without the military's intervention, those workers would have been doomed, General Bernard T. Stava stated. Efforts to stabilize the disruption at the steelworks are ongoing. Okay, well, here's our next save point. I'll go a little bit yet, though, because it's still kind of early. This is the voice of the one I was talking about before, but this doesn't really sound like the warden. But it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's kind of distorted. So it could be him, or it could be some other entity that we have yet to meet. I knew this was going to happen. Like, as soon as I decided to craft some shit, they were going to give me more shit. Put that away. Put a couple of those away. away for the moment. Stuff back. Alright. I wanted to upgrade, so we have another inventory slot. Resource limit would also be nice again, but it's also expensive. Oops. Alright, that'll at least help. Let's go. Oh, that's rude. So I guess that thing that we killed before isn't quite dead yet. Or maybe there's just another one. I don't know. I hear a cat. Open your A.
I found the tram. It is out of power, just like the warden said. I will try to restore it.
I don't know why she sounded for a second there like it was maybe just like the recording or the ambient noise, but it sounded like she had a lisp. It is out of power. Really not one to make fun of people's like speech impediments or anything, but it just sounded like it came out of nowhere. Faithful Heart, what a madhouse. I know I'll probably burn in hell for what I'm about to write, but sometimes I'd rather my mom... No, it's not right. She devoted so many years of her life to me, and if she hadn't lost her eyesight in that accident, she'd probably still keep doing that, but now I'm the one who has to take care of her. Ironic. I'm a terrible daughter. A for Angela. Alright. Kitty, are you here? Back it up. Where are you coming from? I assume from in there, but... It's just like a generic jump scare that I didn't even see, but... I guess. It wasn't really startling, I just assumed there'd be something coming out, so I just wanted to give some space. Kitty, how do I get to you? The door is locked. Cat, I need you to come paw the lock on this. Let me in. I don't know if there's some way for me to get in there. I don't really see a way to, like, shoot something open. Can't really see anything in general. One of these days, since you can hear the cats from a distance to kind of clue you into their existence, it keeps making me assume that one of these times we're going to hear a cat, but it's not going to be a cat. It's going to be something pretending to be a cat. Yeah, we'll probably have to come from a different direction. Hello. Okay, that one doesn't feel like getting up, but it might. Same with you. Something quote-unquote jump scared in here earlier. I didn't see what it was. But I'm expecting enemies. There he is. Oh, you're... Oh, never mind. I thought he was, like, laying in one of those, like, weird floor mouths that we've seen. So far, as much as this has, like, some comparison to be made between, you know, Dead Space and Callisto Protocol, Dead Space is always going to be a very hard to beat one, but I've been enjoying this quite a lot, but this has definitely been a lot better than Callisto Protocol so far. For a game that, you know, I feel kind of wants to sort of capture the Dead Space vibes and the fun of that game, like, this game is doing a way fucking better job of it, even though it's a very different sort of presentation. Like, the combat is pretty different and has a little bit of a different flow. I will never stop whining about Callisto Protocol. Rules of transit. Attention, all citizens wishing to leave the city must be inspected. Every passenger needs to present an ID card, a season ticket, a health certificate, a party card and or a work certificate, a permit to leave the city issued by military or police units. Travelers to the steelworks must be supervised. Right, wants to pop out and say hi. Like, I can understand the desire to want to make something as a spiritual successor to Dead Space and then have it feel different. So they're just like, let's have it have a bunch of melee focus. And I'm like, that's cool, but you made the game focus almost entirely around melee, and it's not really it's not really a fun... Ouch. I was not paying attention. Shut the doorway. Okay, I'm kind of glad that I was talking about Callisto Protocol already, because now we've got a sort of similar enemy. Because Callisto Protocol also had, like, environmental tentacle enemies that were annoying, but so far I don't know if I would consider these as annoying or not. We'll see how hard they are to fight overall. Family first. Janek, I went looking for Claudia. She knows someone in the police who can arrange permission to leave the city. Forgive me for leaving you with this angry-ass mob, but I have to take care of my family, too. Remember, if the electricity goes out, the other power line is in the engineering room downstairs. You just have to turn it on. Okay, so we want to turn that on. Maybe it'll be worth crafting a heal here, because I'm still kind of... We're in like an orange caution level, I think.
I activated the first switchgear.
Oh shit, it's one of these guys again. Oh, what? I don't know if burning them is necessary. It's just something that I did the one time. It may just be that shooting them up close with a shotgun is just all you really need, but... Wary of these guys now. I'm hoping they'll be a little bit more obvious when they're gonna, like, shoot a tentacle out at us, because we did take quite a bit of damage to the one earlier, mainly because I wasn't really paying attention, but... Let's go ahead and make one of these now that it'll actually give us two, because we might need it for this room or something. Go ahead and make one of these and just go ahead and heal, I think. It's not even technically full health. I think full health is like extra green looking. That's kind of like a just sort of off yellow green. What's this?
I found an upgrade module for the ship blade.
Just right on the floor like this?
Activating it now.
Green mode. Integrity scanner. Hold L2 to aim at an enemy and look at the color of light on the right side of the firearm to check the enemy's health status. Okay. I wonder if that'll inform me when there's like an enemy that is like one of these guys on the floor, if it'll tell me like, oh, that guy's gonna stand up. Oh, yep, I think so. You're gonna get up. I'm trying to look for more of these wall douchebags.
The extraction of the target was successful, but a critical complication occurred during the return. I suspect that a perforation in my shell caused the anomaly to negatively affect my vitals. I am experiencing severe perceptual disturbances. They are vivid, substantial, and located in external objective space. I will attempt to reach the terminal and perform the ascendance sequence. If I fail...
So yeah, it seems like they're uploading their own consciousness or memories or whatever with the Ascendants becoming part of the collective, so... I wonder if I can get close enough to burn you before you get up. The answer is yes, but it doesn't necessarily result in a kill or anything. Probably still did some extra damage. Okay, there's no health bar on you, so you better not fucking get up and start shooting. You, on the other hand... Oh, fuck. Faster. I meant for that to be a charge shot. I just kind of accidentally hit the button. That's not so good. We're getting low on resources again. Freaking flesh walls always making so damn much noise I can't tell who's alive and not. Okay. You think you're dead? Seem to be. It's not always super easy to tell with the health indicator thing because it's a little small. Well, there's obviously something a-snarling up here. Gotcha. It's just that their like arms kind of float around a little bit after you kill them, so it keeps making me think that they're still alive for a second. I would really, really like some ammo. And health. Should help. Take ammo first. I don't think he's following me, but I couldn't really tell. A lot of these dudes. Ooh. Bolt cutters. Good. I think we'll just go ahead and use that because we're pretty hurt still. Agent Cutters in the crawler. We have enough to make a heal if we need it, but still not quite enough to make more ammo. We still are okay on like shotgun shells. Well, we have 4. It's not a ton, but if we have to run back, we will. But hoping to not need to do that. Yeah, I thought for a second there he was gonna hit me, but it's a little slow. Alright, we need to turn on the power. What's this? Police instructions. Respond promptly to the scene and establish contact with the person who issued the report. Determine when, where, and by whom the missing child was last seen. Interview the other individuals who last had contact with the missing child. Verify that the child is in fact missing by searching the scene. If the child cannot be found in the nearby area, request an alert to all other patrol units and stations. Provide detailed descriptions. Ensure parent/guardian that the state police will do everything to find their child. Due to the large number of reports, it could take a few weekdays before the alert can properly be processed. Yeah, I imagine when the apocalypse is happening, it's probably going to be a lot of missing persons and missing children reports. At least when it's happening like this. I'm looking for you. I know you're here somewheres. I'm glad it's not you, because I was about to, like, walk right into you. There was something there. It seems to be you, but I'm... Oh, no. I am getting the health indicators, just being a little weird. Shot left. Oh, he dropped ammo. Okay, you're on the other side of that. The shotgun. Thank goodness that was enough. I was like, I don't really have time to charge the shot, so I'm gonna go for the shotgun since we just got a shotgun shell. Because it's up close. Whoa. It was weird. It was kind of like aim assist turned on for a half a second there, but I'm not sure if it was just the camera just kind of randomly jerked in some direction or not. fuck me. I knew that was gonna happen too. I was like, please don't let this hit the corner. Oh well, we got through it relatively efficiently. Wasting one handgun round is not the end of the world. I mean, I suppose it's kind of a waste of a shotgun shell too. We definitely didn't need to use that shotgun shell if the bullet had just hit him. Ooh, this doesn't sound good. Is there gonna be another big guy? Okay, I would definitely like to get back. Hello. I don't have any fuel either, so this could get rough. Yeah, I think I need to run for the moment, because I don't really have a good way to fight you just now. I don't really want to run from enemies. I just don't have any fuel or anything to really burn you with, and I think I need to burn you. Wait, I dropped something. Oh, fuck. Am I completely out of ammo? No. Fuck me. Really need that. Shit had to just slide down the stairs to make it harder for me to loot. Okay. Alright, I might come back for that enemy, but I need stuff. I need to get to the save point. What was it again? Hey kitty, is the door open by chance? It is. Well, hello.
Hello.
Cinnamon.
Where are you finding all these items?
Really like some resources that's not just energy, please. I mean, I like the energy, but I just don't really want to have to buy stuff. I'd really prefer to put that energy towards upgrades.
This day, I find it delightful how people were built. Their mind degrading simultaneously with their body. In tandem, as it were. Until finally, when the moment of the end comes, it can be soft and soothing, anesthetized and assuaged by the chemistry of their own decaying mind. Beautiful design. Very inspiring. All that awaits me is the cold cage of my own mechanism, which restrains me more and more. And then, mindlessness, I guess.
Alright. I don't know if I should go back and try to kill that one enemy. I still am not entirely sure if they're just armored and you just have to shoot for the gaps in the armor, where they're like more clearly fleshy, or if I should be aiming, like if I need to burn them to weaken them or something. Because that could have just been coincidental before. I'm going past. Is the save station? Okay. Alright, we have a core we picked up. Did we have one more in storage? So we'll store that one for now. We'll buy some stuff here. It's kind of expensive though. Also, I think these are like permanent limitations too. Like, because the handgun ammo still says 5, and I think it was 6 to start. And we accidentally bought 1 because I thought it was... Well, I intentionally bought it, but I thought it was going to be 100 for 6, not 100 for 1. I misunderstood the supply thing. So that may be that we only ever get like 6 rounds total to buy, or maybe at some point it'll refresh, but I don't think it has yet. So we really want to kind of make do with whatever we can just find and try to play as best we can. I can make another heal and just heal now, I guess. So we're still not at full HP, but we're decent. But I have like no fucking ammo. I mean, it maybe would have just been better to craft ammo, but I would have needed to buy a thing of chemicals too, so. Alright, with that being the case, I don't think I'm gonna go back for that enemy, because they don't give you like experience or anything, other than maybe just confirming for me how I should fight them if I take the time to test that out. So, you know, the only thing that would happen would be that he would potentially drop something useful for me. Which could occur, but I think we're just going to have to spend too much resources trying to find out if that'll happen in the first place, so we're probably better off hoofing it here. I tell you what, I will quickly walk down to check, though, just in case any doors opened before. I'm turning the power on, I mean, specifically. It's just kind of an ammo-intensive area, to be honest, because, like, you run into all these, wall fuckers. That's just what I'm gonna call them for now. You know, you only need to shoot each one of them with, like, a single charged bullet, at least with the upgrade that I have now for power. For upgrades. I'm not sure if it would still only take one charged shot, you know, completely unupgraded or not, but, maybe. The other question is he even still here? Like, did he despawn since we ran away? Is he just back here chilling somewhere? But yeah, it was kind of just resource intensive because, like, we spent a lot of ammo getting through all these wall fuckers, but maybe you can kind of juke them a little bit better than I did or something to get around spending so much. Okay, yeah, he's back there. He just kind of reset, I think. That or a different enemy has decided to kind of wake up, but I'm just gonna move it on because I can find where to go. If I can move it on and not waste any resources, that'd be good. I can still hear him following me here. Did I go the wrong way? gotten myself turned around now. Why is the music popping off so much? Did he follow me the whole way up here? Man, fuck you. I shouldn't have gone down, I know. I don't think that's nice. I think that's just documents. Thank God for iframes. Bro, just leave me alone. God. I don't want to fight you right now. Shit, I went the wrong fucking way. This is bad. Keep getting myself turned around. Is he just camping out there? What the hell? I thankfully didn't get hit there. I want to just head in the tram, but I also want to go back to the save point so I can grab another torch rifle. Also, by being in the save room, I think he'll just leave me alone. Okay. Probably should have just reloaded the game, honestly, but... I wonder if he has any damage carryover, or if I could, like, actually burn him to death. But I'm not gonna go back down to find out. We're just gonna move on. Okay, maybe I will find out. I just don't know where to shoot you, dude. It's alright, we saved it, so... Yeah, I have no clue exactly how you're meant to fight these guys. Because I thought, you know, burning them would, like, maybe get rid of some of their armor, but it kind of doesn't seem to. Now I actually kind of want to fight the guy again before we move on, just to see if I can figure out exactly what the fuck I'm supposed to do to this dude. So we can reload it again. It's just inconvenient because he's so fucking far down there now. But I feel like I really need to get a better handle on exactly how the fuck you're supposed to fight these armored guys, because it just seems like I don't really understand what you're meant to do. Wait, I'm sorry. Is some other enemy respawning? Because that's not cool if so. No, that's just you. Okay. Where are you going? I'm right here. Yeah, I don't know if them being on fire is necessary. Or if I just need to, like, target whatever sort of fleshy part I can possibly hit. Because everything else, it's like my projectiles just bounce off of. Anything that's like covered with spikes. The fire makes them take more damage while they're on fire, and it also stuns them for a moment. I'm just reloading just so we can move on, but yeah, I don't really know still, after experimenting, whether or not I just need to try to target a fleshier spot better, because it seems really hard to do, or if they need to be on fire to damage them. It's kind of not entirely obvious. What are the odds of the tram reaching its destination? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. 2187. I feel like we're just going to keep finding older and older ones
Another fall.
further in, kind of, you know, Expedition 33 style.
Attempting data salvage.
Sorry for all the detouring there. I just really wanted to try to figure that out.
And there's still an essence in it.
So yeah, we're all liches, kind of like techno liches.
Maybe I'll be able to retrieve it. Establishing connection with the phylactery.
Lydia Marzek. Effect energy found increased slightly. Oh, it gives you, this is like an optional thing. I mean, I guess I'll do it, but I do wonder what the benefit of not doing it is. Like maybe for an ending choice, you need to not be doing this or something.
Essence acquired.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems like whenever you get these things in the phylactery, they just automatically add like a benefit to you. You don't have to like equip it or anything. Is there any goodies on the tram before I started? Yes. Glad I got that before the energy pickup. Hey, Storybook, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright, on the tram we go. That's the obvious, the helmets anyway, except for the obvious live school. I don't know. I'm not sure we have a face under all this. I think we have a fleshy body of some sort. But since we keep uploading our consciousness or whatever, I'm not sure what sort of body we have under this. Like, I feel like we might have some more of like an almost kind of synthetic one or something, and we've just uploaded ourselves into the body. But I honestly have no clue. Alright, let's see here. Yes, give me stuff. I need stuff desperately. Stay calm. Citizen, do your part. Stay at home. The lives of others depend on you. Yay, stuff. Sick, that's another core too, so that means we can get another upgrade. Guess the question is, what do I want to upgrade? This is probably going to be where we're wrapping it up, by the way, as much as I would like to continue. So hey Frank, how's it going? Welcome in. And Dodo, hello. Welcome in, buddy. It's good to see you. Rules of approach. Attention! All citizens approaching the quarantine zone of the Steelworks are obligated to follow the rules established with the Military Council for Anti-Crisis Action of blah 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 blah. Citizens arriving at the facility are required to present a valid ID along with a health certificate. Citizens are required to report to the nearest guard post for registration. Citizens are required to state the purpose of their arrival. Citizens must undergo a close inspection if handing over packages to a person under strict quarantine. Citizens, please abide by these rules. Only through strict adherence will we defeat the plague. Done your duty, citizen. Alright, let's go ahead and upgrade stuff here. Actually have enough space, we don't have to put anything away. Let's see. Another inventory slot would probably be for the best, or resource limit, maybe. Health upgrade does start to seem a little bit more tempting. Burning time would probably be fine too, but it does start to seem a little bit more tempting with the amount of damage some of these things can do, but I feel like I still want to have this be like a we'll deal with it later sort of thing. Inventory is the shit that's really difficult right now, so do that for now. And maybe another clip size upgrade for the shotgun so we can have 3 shots. I don't know if this will be Resident Evil style where if you upgrade the clip you get free ammo. I'm gonna guess no, but I kind of want to hold off to find out. I think we might save up for another pistol power upgrade since we're not that far away from it. Okay, is there anything else in the immediate vicinity to grab? Save. Put up here. More energy. Okay, seems to be it. I like this UI. It feels like the website I would create. Nice. I was lurking for a bit, but finally get my hands free to say something. Oh, nice. Also like Marathon for this. I love that UI also so much, like an old OS. That makes sense. I hope, you know, as I get further into the game dev stuff again, that I can create a satisfying user interface in general for each of the games I'm making. Preventative measures in good hands. Everyone concerned about their loved ones keeping the Steelworks quarantine zone should not worry. Be sure they are well taken care of. The quarantine is just a precautionary measure. You will be reunited with your relatives very soon. All right, I guess we should probably wrap it up here. I'm just looking for any excuse to like grab something else before we do. Custodians care. Citizen, trust our soldiers. They will protect you and your loved ones. Because I am having fun with the game, and I would love to keep playing, but unfortunately, I do have to get on with some other stuff. Prohibited items. Citizen, all parcels must undergo a thorough inspection. The military services guarantee nothing will be lost. Before handing over the parcel at the post, check that you are not delivering prohibited items. Check the list of prohibited substances and items. Oh no, fuck. I haven't saved it yet. It'll probably autosave, but I don't think it's gonna be a boss fight. Fingers crossed. I was literally about to say, hold on. I was literally about to say, I don't even want to step out here because I feel like a cutscene's gonna trigger. It happened at the threshold of the door. I did not even step out yet. Well, fuck me, I guess.
The steel works. Proceeding to the dive point.
Okay. We're fine. Uta Imelena. I thought that said Nutella for like a half a second. Found the Nutella factory. We want truth. We demand freedom. Well, which is it? You can't have both. Release the steel works. Oh, got stuck on something there. Alright, let me save this shit for next time. Hopefully tomorrow. I think tomorrow should be doable. But there's more shit back here. I need to stop. I will remember there is a side room. Don't let me forget there's a side room. but I will remember, but also don't let me forget. Okay, so yes, tomorrow I think I should be able to stream again, assuming I'm still feeling well and all that. So probably around the usual starting time again, around 10 a.m. Central Standard Time or slightly earlier. I probably won't go like super early if I do. But yeah, maybe we can go a little bit longer tomorrow. It'll just kind of depend on what all's going on and how I'm feeling. But I have, ironically, actually some web work I need to do before this evening. And just the other usual evening responsibilities and stuff. But I gotta get on all that stuff before it gets too late. So yeah, I will go ahead and wrap it up here for today. I feel like we're leaving in an at least okay position, so anyway, this has been a lot of fun so far. I'm liking this a lot. Definitely a lot of what Callisto Protocol should have been. Just saying. Sorry to keep shitting on and whining about Callisto Protocol, but just because it is another game that feels like it has those kind of similar Dead Spacey sort of vibes, obviously very different sort of combat and presentation in this game, but man, that game could have been so good if it wasn't so shoehorned and phoned in at the same time. Anyway, one of these days I really am just going to have to make like a super ranty video essay or something on that game. I know it's like that time has passed, but like I just can't get it out of my brain until I've truly complained enough about it. Because the whole thing of it is like genuinely, yeah, 11-hour responsibility video incoming for sure. Genuinely speaking, like that game, I played it on release. It's been a long time. And I still have strong feelings about how they handled literally everything in that game. Because there was things about it that genuinely were fun, but it could have been so much fucking better than it actually was. It had so much potential, and it was all fucking squandered in almost every single fucking way they could think of. And like the graphics look great. The story's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. It could be better, frankly, but and it really should be a little bit better, but moreover, the gameplay is just so much more dog shit than it needs to be. And it's like no excuse. They should have known better. The one thing I can say about what's their dev studio called now? Like Striking Distance or something? I forget. You know, from some of those original like Dead Space devs, that's the thing about it. If you don't know, some of the developers in that thing, including like the like lead developers working on that game, made the original Dead Space, so they should have fucking known better. But yeah, they just tried to make something spiritual successor wise, and then tried to make it different so it would stand on its own. But all the differences they just didn't flesh out as concepts well enough. They're horribly fucking monotonous and repetitive to play, and just all the stupid gotcha bullshit in the game. Not gotcha like gotcha games, but like got you know, the random stupid surprises that happen in the game for no reason. You could tell that it was bad because they released a DLC to actually finish the story of the game, rather than having it be like an actual like cool DLC. They're just like, I think we're going to go ahead and just conclude this game and put in an official ending to it, rather than just leaving it open-ended so that there can be a sequel. They had so little faith in it. They were just like, nope, the DLC is going to be the official ending of the game, or at least of the character you play. There will be no more story for him whatsoever, because this is the end of his character. So, you know, if they wanted to bring it back, you could play as... what's her name? Karen Fukuhara. I forget what her character's name in the game is. The only other surviving character. You could play as her maybe if they ever made a sequel, but I don't think they're going to, frankly. I think they realize they produced some shit. The one positive thing I can say about them is that it also released in a terrible launch state, but like across PC and console. But to their credit, they were very good and diligent about fixing the issues that it had. Like, they were very open and honest about the game launching in a poor state. It really shouldn't have launched like that, so a strike against them, perhaps. But they were very vocal in being like, yes, we're fixing things. Sorry, you know, we'll have a new patch in the next 24 hours, and then stuff still wasn't quite fixed. So they're like, we'll have another patch coming very soon, yada, yada. That's the only positive I can unfortunately give them, because, you know, out of the game itself, it has very few positives, mostly negatives, and it's largely just gameplay. And again, the story needs to be better too, but the gameplay is just ass. But all the building blocks are right there. It's like sitting right in front of you, and that's why it fucking matters so much to me, because I'm like, you have literally the fucking genetics, the bone structure, the musculature, the fucking everything but the skin, the fucking motor functions. I don't know. It's all there. You just didn't put it together right, you know? So it's fucking lopsided. And that's why it sucks so bad, because it really could have been a great game. And I was looking forward to it a lot after Dead Space had been like dead in the water for so many years. And then they announced that game. And then, of course, like the Dead Space remake got announced, and that was cool too. But, you know, a lot of us really just wanted a new Dead Space. And since it seemed like that IP was not getting resurrected at all, they were just like, well, okay, at least if we're getting a spiritual successor, that should be good. And it was a major letdown. But, anywho, yeah, rant over. I don't know why I felt the need to squeeze that in there, but it happened. You were here. Anywho, yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. I don't really have anyone on to raid right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and peace out, I think. But, thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. You're willing to hang out with me while I'm streaming. I will hopefully be back tomorrow for another decent length stream at the same time. After that, I'm not sure if there will be anything else this week or the weekend, but probably maybe I can fit some more in next week, at least until this is done. And then pretty soon I think like to play Pragmata, maybe some other stuff too. We'll see. So I'm going to try not to have like a big like month and a half in between streams. I'm going to try to do tomorrow, maybe some next week, and maybe in the weeks to come we can also fit Pragmata in there. And then I'll probably have to buckle down and focus on work again for a bit. But I will try to not have like these big month-long breaks in between streams if I can help it. Like instead, maybe just a couple weeks or something. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. But anywho, y'all take good care of yourselves. Thank you again so much for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. And if I don't see you, then have a great rest of your weekend. But yeah, I will see you next time. All right. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.